1. Listen closely. Something you did recently shifted more than just your circumstances. It stirred the unseen. At the surface, it may have looked like an ordinary choice, a small step, a whisper of faith. But in the spirit realm, that act thundered like a war drum. You may have thought it went unnoticed. You may have even questioned if it mattered. Yet heaven recorded it. The moment you chose to trust instead of fear, to believe instead of doubt, to stand instead of retreat, you marked a turning point. That is why you are here now. Hearing this message, I want you to picture this: a single drop of rain falling into still waters. At first, it seems insignificant, but as the ripples spread outward, they reach the edges of the lake. What you did is that drop. The ripple is already in motion, carrying your faith farther than you can imagine, touching lives you may never meet. There was once another chosen one who walked through a season of long waiting. For years, nothing seemed to change. Opportunities closed. Doors stayed locked. And voices around them said, "Give it up. The dream is dead." But instead of giving up, they took one quiet night to kneel by their bed and pray. "Lord, I still believe you will finish what you started." That prayer, small in words, mighty in faith, became the spark that opened floodgates. Within months, breakthroughs arrived that changed not only their life, but the lives of many. This is the same pattern repeating with you. Your action, whether it was an offering of time, a prayer, a step toward a dream, was not small. It was seed, and seed never stays seed. It carries forests within it. Let me remind you, the law of assumption is not just a principle of the mind. It is a divine alignment with heaven's reality. You assumed it was done. You carried yourself as if victory was already yours. That assumption unlocked doors you cannot yet see. Even now, opportunities are aligning. Resources are shifting, and favor is finding you. Think of a lighthouse in the distance. Ships miles away cannot see the coast. Yet the light reaches them, guiding them to safe harbor. That is your act of faith. It is already guiding others, already preparing a way for provision and abundance to reach you. But the question is, will you remain steady? The moment you took that step, opposition was triggered. Darkness fears your obedience. Doubt will whisper. Fear will try to pull you back. Yet you must anchor yourself in truth. And here is that truth, eternal and unshakable. We find in the second letter to Timothy, chapter 1, verse 7, "For God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power, of love, and of a sound mind." That is your mantle. That is your identity. You did not act from fear. You acted from power. You did not move from weakness. You moved from love and clarity of spirit. Chosen one, take this seriously. What you began is bigger than you. Millions will one day look back and realize that your obedience became their blessing. Your yes is their miracle. If this word stirs your spirit, I invite you show your agreement in action. Like this message, share it, so another weary chosen one may find strength. And in the comments, declare the number 777 as a prophetic sign that you are stepping into completion, alignment, and overflow. And if you have not subscribed yet, step in now so you remain connected to every word heaven is sending to lift you higher. Do not doubt the weight of what you did. It is already multiplying. It is already echoing. And it is already breaking open paths you didn't even know existed. Chosen one. Lean into this truth. There is no wasted obedience. Every tear you've sown in silence, every decision you've made in faith, every time you kept believing when it made no sense, none of it is forgotten. Heaven is the best record keeper, and nothing escapes its book of remembrance. Imagine a seed buried in the earth. To the natural eye, it seems like nothing is happening. Days pass, weeks pass, yet underground, roots are spreading, life is pushing, unseen power is building. Then, suddenly, the soil breaks, and green life appears. That is where you are now. The unseen has already been working, and the visible breakthrough is about to erupt. Do not despise the small beginning. Do not belittle the single act. A single key can open a palace. A single spark can set a forest ablaze. And a single obedient step can shift the trajectory of generations. What you did recently is not just about your life. It is about legacy. Let your heart hold this. You are part of a divine chain reaction. What you sparked will ripple to millions. Your yes has positioned you, not just to receive, but to become a distributor of light, of blessing, of abundance, the wealth, the influence, the favor that is forming around you. It is not random. It is purposeful. It is designed so that your life becomes a beacon of hope for others. Do not be afraid of the size of what is coming. You are not unprepared. Grace has been shaping you. Trials have been training you. Delays have been molding you into the kind of vessel that can carry the weight of greatness without breaking. Chosen one. This is your moment. Stand tall, because what was done in silence is about to be shouted in testimony. Millions will see. Millions will hear. Millions will be touched because you dared to believe. You may not realize it, but the ripple has already begun. The unseen world is far more alive than what your natural eyes can perceive. The single act you made recently, whether it was stepping out in courage, forgiving when it was easier to hold bitterness, or daring to speak faith into what looked dead, sent waves across the spirit realm. Chosen one. Think of a stone cast into a still lake. The water doesn't resist. It doesn't argue. It simply responds, carrying the ripples outward farther and farther until the entire surface is touched. That's what happened when you moved in faith. The realms of heaven and even the structures of darkness had to respond to your choice, in ways you may not yet see. Angels were dispatched. The atmosphere shifted. Old alignments broke apart, and new ones formed. Favor was released into circulation, waiting for the precise moment to intersect with your path. What you did was not just about now, it reverberated across time. There is a mystery here. Many wonder how the invisible world can be so affected by human choices. The truth is, heaven gave you authority from the beginning. When you choose in alignment with God, creation listens. When you assume the reality of God's promise and act accordingly, the ripple is unstoppable. Think of Joshua standing before the walls of Jericho. To human logic, walking in circles around a fortified city made no sense. But with every step, unseen vibrations were forming. With every shout of obedience, the invisible realm was preparing to release visible collapse. What you did recently may feel as insignificant as one lap around Jericho, but the ripple has already struck the walls assigned to you. Soon, they will fall. I want you to reflect for a moment. How many times have you looked at your life and thought, "This little thing doesn't matter. No one sees it." Yet Scripture is full of stories where small acts caused eternal impact. A boy's lunch fed thousands. A shepherd's stone defeated a giant. A widow's 2 coins still preach sermons today. Heaven has always used ripples to carry waves of destiny. Chosen one. There's more. When your ripple began, it did not stay contained around you. It touched people you may never meet. Your silent prayer may have strengthened someone across the world. Your choice to walk away from compromise may have broken chains in your bloodline. Your moment of obedience may have tilted history in favor of generations yet unborn. Consider this image. A single tuning fork struck in one corner of a room causes another tuning fork across the room to vibrate in resonance. That is what happened when you acted in faith. The frequency of heaven within you sent a sound into the unseen. And what carries the same resonance favor? Provision. Breakthroughs began to vibrate toward you. The ripple has no expiration. It doesn't fade the way you fear. It keeps moving, carried by divine winds, expanding in strength. Where you saw only a small start, heaven saw momentum, and momentum, once started, is hard to stop. But I must also warn you, ripples disturb what has been asleep. Darkness cannot ignore them. Opposition often rises not at the beginning of obedience, but after it has already set waves into motion. Do not be surprised if resistance appears. The ripple is proof that you are dangerous to hell. Your role now is to trust the unseen. The farmer does not dig up the soil every day to check on the seed. He trusts the process, confident that what was planted will rise in time. You, too, must trust that your ripple has reached where it was meant to reach. The ripple is not just energy, it is testimony. It speaks before heaven. It declares before the throne, "This one believes," and heaven responds to that testimony with acceleration. Chosen one. Pause and let this settle in you. What you did recently was not random. It was prophetic. It was a signal to heaven that you are ready for the next chapter. You may not feel ready, but readiness is not about feelings, it is about faith. And here is the promise you can hold on to. The voice of God thunders in the book of Nahum, chapter 1, verse 7. The Lord is good, a stronghold in trouble. He knows those who take refuge in Him. That is why your ripple cannot be lost, because the one who knows you guards it. In the quietness of your soul, you already sense the shift. You can feel it in moments when you are still. The air around you is not the same. The spiritual climate has changed. The ripple is proof. Remember this: rivers begin with drops. Storms begin with breezes. And revolutions begin with whispers. Your ripple is the whisper of heaven saying, "It has begun." Len, you may not see the full wave yet, but it is building. Trust the unseen. Chosen one. The ripple has already reached further than you know. Chosen one. Don't mistake the silence for absence. Just because you cannot yet see the wave does not mean it isn't moving. Like the tide pulled by the unseen moon, your life is being drawn into alignment with promises too large for your current sight. The ripple is carrying your obedience into places your feet have not walked yet. It is softening hearts you will one day speak to. It is preparing tables in rooms where your name is being mentioned, even now. Every choice of faith multiplies beyond your reach. Weaving into the great story, heaven is writing through you. Hold this image, a single match, lit in a dark cavern. You think it's small, but suddenly the entire chamber reveals its hidden treasures. Your act of faith is that match. What was hidden is about to be revealed, not just to you, but through you. Stay steadfast. Trust the one who began this work. The ripple you started will not return void. It will reach its appointed shore, and when it does, you will see that millions were always waiting for the light carried in your small but powerful yes. Chosen one. Something happens every time you step forward in faith. Voices rise. Not just the voices around you, but the hidden voices within you. Doubt, fear, hesitation, they begin their chorus. Whispering, what if you fail? What if you imagined it? What if nothing comes of this? You have felt that inner battle before. One side of you knows you are called, marked, destined. The other side tempts you to retreat, to shrink, to believe the lie that you are no different from anyone else. But hear me, your very resistance is proof of your assignment. Hell does not war against those who pose no threat. I want you to picture a field just before dawn. The sky is still dark, yet faint light begins to touch the horizon. The night resists, trying to linger, but it cannot stop the morning. That is you right now. Darkness is whispering, but it cannot hold back the day that is rising over your life. There is a reason the voices of doubt feel so loud. You shook something in the unseen when you obeyed. You rattled cages that had been locked for years. Your step of faith broke patterns that generations before you could not break. That is why the resistance is fierce. It is not about what you did, it is about what your obedience will unlock for countless others. Chosen one. Remember this. Fear is not a prophecy, it is a reaction. Doubt is not truth, it is noise. The enemy cannot create, he can only echo. He echoes lies, distortions, and shadows. But he has no power to erase what God has already spoken over your life. Now, listen to the word that silences inner battles. The Spirit spoke through the prophet Hosea. Chapter 6, verse 3. Let us press on to know the Lord. His going forth is as certain as the dawn. He will come to us like the rain, like the spring rain watering the earth. Your assurance is not in what you see, it is in the certainty of his coming. You may feel surrounded by questions, but you are steadied by truth, just as rain always finds the earth. His promises will always find you, just as morning always breaks the night. Your breakthrough cannot be stopped. This is where you choose again, not to let doubt be the final voice, not to let fear write the next chapter. This is where you anchor yourself and declare, I will not waver. I know who I am. I know who he is. And so, here is what I want you to do as a prophetic act of defiance against every inner voice that tells you otherwise. In the comments, write these simple 3 words, calm within me. When you do, it is not just typing, it is you declaring to heaven, to yourself, and even to the unseen, that no storm outside can drown the peace inside. This declaration is your stake in the ground. It is your trumpet blast in the spirit realm, saying, my faith will outlast every storm. And when others read your words, they too will be strengthened to stand. And the ripple will grow wider still. Chosen one. Silence the voices of doubt with action. You have already proven you are different. Now prove you are unshakable. Stand and watch the dawn break. Chosen one, let me take you deeper. When you wrote, "Calm within me," you were not just leaving a phrase behind, you were making a covenant with your own soul. Peace is not passive. Peace is a weapon. It disarms the chaos that tries to unsettle you. When storms rage, peace becomes your shield. Think of Jesus sleeping in the boat while the disciples panicked. The storm was real. The waves were fierce, but his calmness was greater. And when he finally spoke, his words carried authority because he himself was anchored. Your calm, chosen one, is not weakness, it is authority in disguise. This inner calm is also contagious. Imagine a torch lit in darkness. One flame can ignite another until the entire cave is filled with light. In the same way, your peace spreads. People around you will wonder why you are not shaking, why you are not breaking, why you stand so steady while everything else trembles. That visible calm will testify louder than 1,000 sermons. Your comment, "Calm within me," is therefore more than self-encouragement. It becomes a ministry. Every time you declare it, every time someone else sees it, you pass on the flame of stability in a world addicted to fear. But let me tell you the hidden beauty. Storms do not come to destroy the chosen. They come to reveal what was planted deep inside. Without storms, the tree never proves the strength of its roots. Without winds, the eagle never learns the power of its wings. Without resistance, the ripple would never become a wave. So do not despise hesitancy. It is the stage where your calm shines brightest. The louder the noise around you, the more heaven's silence within you testifies. You don't need to answer every doubt. You don't need to fight every whisper. Simply remaining calm is already victory. Chosen one, let your heart rest in this. Every time you hold your ground, you make the unseen tremble. The enemy expects you to panic. He expects you to collapse. But when you remain calm, you rob him of his greatest weapon, fear. And without fear, he has no foothold. That is why the declaration, "Calm within me," is prophetic. It is not only about how you feel now, it is a statement about who you are becoming. Someone unshaken, someone untouchable, someone whose peace becomes proof that God himself dwells within. Chosen one. The air around you shifted the moment you made that decision of faith. What you did in silence created a tremor that disturbed the atmosphere. Darkness, which once felt secure in its position, trembled when you acted. Your obedience and your courage did not simply touch your own life. They shifted the balance in unseen realms. Think of a room sealed tight for years. Dust covers everything. The air is heavy, and silence rules. Then someone cracks open a window. Fresh wind rushes in. Light pours through, and suddenly what was stale begins to stir. That is exactly what happened when you stepped forward. Your action was that open window. It broke the stagnation. It allowed heaven's breath to flow into spaces that had been locked in spiritual suffocation. This shift in atmosphere is not imagined, it is real. You can feel it in subtle ways. Maybe you sense heightened tension in conversations, or unusual resistance when you try to rest. Maybe opportunities that seemed stuck are suddenly shaking loose, while others are closing abruptly. These are signs that the environment around you is being rearranged. Do not misunderstand this shaking. It is not destruction, it is reordering. When the Spirit moves, He disturbs what is unstable, so that only what is unshakable remains. That is why you have felt both intensity and clarity at once. The atmosphere is adjusting to the reality of your calling. Let us look at a story to make this real. There was a chosen one who had been living quietly, unnoticed by many. For years, they prayed, believing for a breakthrough. One day, they simply chose to forgive someone who had wronged them deeply. To outsiders, it seemed minor, but spiritually, that act cracked open the sky. The atmosphere shifted. Suddenly, old opportunities resurfaced. New relationships were formed, and their life accelerated in ways no one expected. All because the air around them could no longer hold the weight of bitterness. It made room for blessing. Chosen one. The shift in atmosphere can be compared to the changing of seasons. Winter may linger, cold and unforgiving, but no winter has ever stopped spring from coming. The moment you acted in faith, the frost began to melt. The sound of new beginnings is already echoing, even if the full bloom has not yet appeared. This is where discernment becomes crucial. You must learn to recognize the difference between opposition and transition. Opposition resists to keep you bound. Transition shakes to move you higher. What you are experiencing now is not meant to crush you, it is meant to elevate you. And here lies another truth. When atmosphere shifts, those around you feel it too. Some will draw closer, sensing the fragrance of heaven upon you. Others will distance themselves, unsettled by your growth. Do not fear this separation. The air that sustains you will not sustain everyone. When God changes the atmosphere, He also changes your circle. Imagine standing in a forest just before a storm. The animals know before the rain falls. The birds fly low. The trees sway. The insects quiet. Nature itself responds to the shift in atmosphere. Likewise, the people around you will respond, knowingly or unknowingly, to what is happening in your life. Some will recognize the call and honor it. Others will resist, not out of wisdom, but out of discomfort. Let them. The new air you breathe is not for everyone. Chosen one. What you are feeling is preparation. Heaven is conditioning you for greater capacity. You cannot breathe old air and walk into new seasons. That is why the atmosphere had to change first. Your lungs are expanding. Your spirit is adjusting. Your vision is widening. Let this encourage you. The atmosphere is not shifting to your disadvantage. It is aligning in your favor. Just as the wind guides the sails of a ship, so the Spirit's breath is guiding you toward harbors you have not yet seen. You may hear the creaks of the mast. You may feel the tossing of the boat. But the direction is purposeful. There is a sacred confidence that comes when you recognize the shift. You stop fearing every shake, and you begin to welcome it. You understand that turbulence in the sky only proves the plane is moving forward. Likewise, turbulence in your life right now only proves you are ascending. Chosen one. Never doubt the power of the atmosphere. It influences thought. It fuels or suffocates growth. It strengthens or weakens faith. By shifting the atmosphere around you, God is ensuring that your faith flourishes, your vision sharpens, and your spirit thrives. This is why your prayers feel heavier now, more alive. This is why your dreams at night feel vivid, almost prophetic. The air is different because you are different. What once felt comfortable no longer satisfies. You are being invited higher, and the atmosphere is making room for your rise. Hold this image in your heart, a seedling pushing through the soil. The earth shakes slightly, dirt cracks open, and the air around the seed changes from dark and suffocating to light and life-giving. That small plant may not understand what is happening, but the atmosphere is aligning with its growth. That is you right now, chosen one. Do not fear the shift. Embrace it. It is heaven's announcement that your environment must change to accommodate the glory rising in you. Chosen one. See yourself like that seedling, fragile in appearance, yet unstoppable in design. No hand can hold back what heaven has ordained to break forth. The soil may press heavy, but pressure is proof that growth is underway. Every crack in the ground above you is a sign, not of collapse, but of breakthrough. Soon, the air you breathe will be lighter, the space around you wider, and the light upon you brighter. This is not the end of struggle. It is the beginning of flourishing. Embrace it fully, for you were always meant to rise. Chosen one. Sometimes the most extraordinary treasures are hidden in the most ordinary moments. You may have thought your recent action was small, unnoticed, and without consequence. But heaven has been whispering that you unlocked something greater than you imagined. What looked like a simple step became the key that opened a hidden vault. Let me help you see this more clearly. Imagine an old wooden chest sitting in the corner of an attic. Dust covers it, and most people pass by without giving it a second glance. But inside, diamonds lie wrapped in cloth. Treasures from generations past waiting to be discovered. One day, someone dares to open it, and what was forgotten becomes priceless. That is what your obedience did. You opened what others ignored. You uncovered wealth hidden in the ordinary equipe. This wealth may not be money at first. Though it will manifest into provision, it begins with clarity, favor, and strength. It begins with the peace that others cannot buy, and the wisdom that no university can teach. These are treasures that cannot be stolen. They are entrusted. Chosen one. Your faith has positioned you as a steward of hidden treasure. It is not about being the most qualified or the most recognized. It is about being the one willing to dig, the one willing to look where others see nothing, the one willing to believe that God hides his greatest gifts in unexpected places. Let me tell you a story. There was once a young woman who worked in a place no one admired. Day after day, she showed up faithfully. Most would have despised her small beginnings, but she kept serving with joy. One day, she decided to take her little savings and help a neighbor in need. It seemed like nothing, but in the weeks that followed, doors she never expected opened. She was offered opportunities that lifted her out of that hidden place and into a platform where her voice could touch thousands. Her small act became the treasure that multiplied. The same is unfolding for you. What looked like a quiet act was not small. It was a seed that heaven is now multiplying into hidden treasures. These treasures are not only for you, but through you. They will flow outward, touching families, communities, even nations. Consider this picture. A miner swings his pick against rock after rock, day after day. Most of the time, all he sees is dust and stone. But then, one strike shatters a wall, and a glittering vein of gold appears. The treasure was always there, but it took persistence to reach it. Your obedience was that strike. The vein has been hit. The treasure is unlocked. And hear me, the treasures you uncover will not fade. Earthly wealth can vanish. But the kind of treasure heaven entrusts, multiplies, and sustains. Wisdom grows. Faith strengthens. Joy spreads. These become rivers of wealth no thief can steal. Chosen one. In this journey, you are not walking alone. Every time you open your heart to messages like this, you are stepping into a flow bigger than yourself. It is like joining a caravan on the desert road. Together, the journey becomes lighter, the direction becomes clearer, and the treasures found are shared among all. That is why I want to invite you gently, sincerely, without force, to walk more closely with this community. If these words have touched something in you, if they have reminded you of treasures hidden in your own life, consider sharing this message. The way a traveler lights another's lantern in the dark, just as one flame passes to another and multiplies light, your act of sharing may be the spark that keeps someone else from stumbling in their night season. And if your heart feels a pull, like a bird drawn to fly with its flock instead of wandering alone, subscribe to this channel so that you remain in the flow of messages meant for your journey. It is not a condition, not an obligation, but an invitation to stay in rhythm with what heaven is already releasing into your life. Even the smallest gesture matters. When you feel the whisper inside, press like as though you are placing your own stone of remembrance on the altar of your faith, marking the moment you recognize the hidden treasure within you. Each like becomes a testimony, each share a ripple, each subscription a joining of wings that makes the flight lighter for everyone. Think of it this way: one tree in a forest provides shade, but an entire forest shifts the climate. One ripple on water moves gently, but when many ripples join, they become a tide. Your single act of connection, liking, sharing, subscribing, is not a small thing. It is another ripple, another treasure unlocked, another key turning in heaven's design. Chosen one. Hidden treasure is not meant to stay buried. You are discovering that now, the more you embrace what God entrusts to you, the more it multiplies, the more it blesses, the more it transforms. So stand tall in this. What you uncovered is real. What you unlocked is multiplying. And the treasure placed in your hands will not only enrich your life, but overflow into the lives of countless others. Let your spirit rest in this image, a spring bubbling in the desert. At first it looks small, just a trickle, but soon it becomes a stream, then a river, then an oasis where many find life. You are that spring. What you released recently is already becoming a river. Chosen one. You are a keeper of treasures hidden in plain sight. And the world will soon see what heaven has always known. You carry wealth that transforms lives. Chosen one. Listen closely. What you have been sensing is not coincidence. It is confirmation. The heavens have been speaking in ways you cannot ignore. Every delay that once frustrated you, every closed door that made you question yourself, is now bending into alignment. The pause was not punishment, it was preparation. The silence you endured was not neglect, it was God's strategy to shape your strength. Think of the seed hidden in soil. Beneath the ground, it is unseen, pressed, even buried. Yet inside, it is expanding. Its shell breaks. Its roots die deep. Its strength multiplies. Though the world sees nothing, transformation is in motion. That has been your season. People may have judged your quietness as failure, but heaven knew it was foundation. Chosen one. Your moment of confirmation is here. The Spirit has been sending signs, subtle but undeniable, that you are on the right path. It could be the scripture that keeps appearing in unexpected places. It could be the conversation you overheard that echoed your secret prayers. It could even be the restlessness that refuses to let you settle for less than what God promised. These are not accidents. These are signatures of heaven. Do not overlook the weight of confirmation. Gideon, before leading Israel, asked for a sign, a fleece wet while the ground was dry. Then the ground wet while the fleece was dry. God honored it, not because Gideon was weak, but because God delights in assuring his chosen. In the same way, he has been confirming you. Let me tell you a story. A chosen one once felt lost in a long season of waiting. They thought their prayers had hit a ceiling. Then, one morning, while sitting at a cafe, the person next to them casually mentioned a verse that spoke directly to their situation. It was not planned, not rehearsed. It was God's whisper through a stranger. That moment shifted their spirit. They realized, heaven knows me. I am seen. From then on, they walked with a new confidence, knowing they were aligned with purpose. Chosen one. You too are receiving whispers of alignment. The confirmation may not come as thunder. Often it comes as rain, a gentle, steady assurance that soaks into your soul. And once you recognize it, fear loses its grip, and doubt falls silent. According to what is revealed in the book of Proverbs, chapter 16, verse 9, in their hearts humans plan their course, but the Lord establishes their steps. That means you are not walking blind. Every step you take in faith is being secured, reinforced, and directed by divine hands. Even detours are not wasted, they are redirections. Now pause and think about this. How many times did you feel like you were wandering, yet later realized you were exactly where you needed to be? That is confirmation in disguise. Heaven has been establishing your steps, even when you questioned your own. This is why you must not doubt what is stirring now. The recent choices you made were not random, they were guided. Your heart leaned toward obedience, and heaven confirmed it. The atmosphere shifted around you because you aligned with the Lord's timing. But here is something powerful. Confirmation is not only for your comfort, it is for your courage. When David stood before Goliath, he recalled the lion and the bear he had defeated before. Those memories were confirmations that the same God would deliver him again. What you are experiencing now is heaven's way of saying, you are ready. Step forward with boldness. Oh, still, I know the human heart hesitates. It wants proof again and again. That is why God often weaves confirmation into layers. He will show you once in scripture, once in conversation, once in inner peace, so that by the third time you cannot ignore it. By then, your spirit knows it is not imagination. It is divine orchestration. Chosen one. Confirmation is also a sign that you are trusted. God does not waste his whispers on those unwilling to hear. He speaks because he knows you will respond. That is why the signals around you have been clearer lately, because he is drawing you closer to obedience, closer to destiny, closer to manifestation. Now let this truth settle in you. You are not walking uncertainly anymore. You are walking under confirmation. You do not need to chase validation from people. You do not need to beg for approval. Heaven has already stamped your steps. Here is what I invite you to do as an act of agreement with this word in the comments. Type 444. Let it be your prophetic declaration that you recognize heaven's confirmation and you step boldly into it. When you write that number, you are saying, "My path is established. My steps are secure. I am confirmed by God Himself." Understand this. Typing 444 is not superstition. It is symbolism. Just as ancient altars were built as reminders of God's faithfulness, your comment becomes a digital altar, a visible mark that says, "I choose to believe," and when others see your number, they too will be strengthened to recognize their own confirmations. Chosen one. Trust the signs you have been given. Walk boldly. The pause is over. The confirmation is here, and the steps ahead are already secured. Chosen one. When you type 444, you are not just joining a comment thread, you are stepping into agreement with heaven's rhythm. The number itself is a reminder of stability. Like the four corners of the earth, or the four pillars that uphold a house, it speaks of a foundation that cannot be shaken. By declaring it, you are reminding yourself and announcing to the unseen, "I am no longer wandering. My path is fixed. My spirit is steady. And my future is secure." This act may seem small, but remember, every great covenant begins with a sign. Noah had a rainbow. Abraham had the stars. Israel had the blood on the doorposts. Today, your declaration in writing is the sign that you know who guides your journey. It is not for vanity, it is for memory. And one day, when doubt tries to return, you will remember the moment you aligned with heaven's confirmation. Chosen one. The waiting you endured has not been wasted. What looked like years of delay were, in truth, years of divine engineering. Every unanswered prayer, every closed door, every season of silence was God's way of aligning timing, preparing resources, and shaping you into someone who could carry the weight of what is about to unfold. Think of a bow and arrow. To release the arrow forward, the bow must first be pulled back. The further the pull, the greater the launch. Your waiting was not regression, it was the tension of preparation. Heaven was drawing you back, not to punish you, but to give your destiny the power to soar farther than you thought possible. You may have questioned, "Why so long? Why me?" These are the questions every chosen vessel asks in the valley of delay. Even Joseph, called with dreams of greatness, found himself in a prison for years. Yet, when the appointed time arrived, he was elevated in a single day to rule over a nation. What felt like wasted years were actually formative years, where humility, resilience, and faith were forged. Chosen one, let me remind you of this unshakable truth. God does not waste seasons. Just as the farmer never plants seed without expectation of harvest, heaven never places you in waiting without purpose. What you thought was silence was actually instruction. What you thought was stagnation was actually rooting. What you thought was rejection was actually redirection. The law of heaven has always been process before promise. David was anointed king, yet returned to shepherd sheep before he ever touched a throne. Moses carried the fire of calling, but tended flocks in the wilderness for decades before leading Israel. Jesus himself waited 30 years before stepping into public ministry. Delay is not denial, it is the signature of divine preparation. I want you to see your waiting through a new lens. Imagine a potter at his wheel. He does not rush the clay. He presses, molds, reshapes, and sometimes starts again. The vessel must be strong enough to carry what it was designed for. If rushed, it cracks under pressure. But if patient, it emerges both beautiful and durable. You have been on that wheel, and the potter's hands have been steady. Every press, every turn, every reshaping was necessary to make you ready. This is why the acceleration you are stepping into now will feel sudden. But it is not sudden. It is the visible eruption of years of invisible work. Just as a volcano seems to explode without warning, though pressure has been building deep beneath the surface for years, so your breakthrough will seem overnight, but has actually been in the making all along. Chosen one. Notice how even your desires have changed. In earlier seasons, you longed for recognition, quick success, and validation from people. But waiting stripped away those shallow cravings. Now, you crave substance over appearance, purpose over applause, legacy over luxury. This is evidence that your waiting was working. There was once a man who wanted to build a tall structure in the city. People mocked him because for years, all they saw was digging downward. They thought he was wasting time, but he knew something they didn't. The foundation must go deep before the building can go high. When the structure finally rose, it towered above them all, stable and secure because of the unseen work beneath. That man is a picture of you. What you dug in obscurity will support what rises in visibility. Do not resent the years that seemed hidden, even in the wilderness. Manna fell, even in silence. God spoke, even in obscurity. Heaven took notes. You have not been overlooked. You have been preserved. Like wine aging in the cellar, your value has only increased with time. Chosen one. Allow your spirit to breathe here. What is coming will not take years to appear. It will happen swiftly, because you have already endured the longest part, the preparation. Waiting bends time. It makes the fulfillment come faster once the door opens, because you are already trained to handle it. Lift your eyes and see how the delay has made you different. You are not fragile. You are not easily shaken. You do not collapse at the first sign of pressure. You carry weight now. You carry wisdom. You carry patience that many do not have. This is your advantage. This is the fruit of your waiting. Think again of the bow and arrow. At the moment of release, the arrow does not crawl, it flies. Straight, fast, unrelenting. That is how your life will unfold once the release comes. You will look back at the waiting and realize it was not punishment at all. It was power stored in tension. Chosen one. I need you to hear this deeply. God trusted you with waiting because He could trust you with destiny. Many collapse under delay, abandoning faith, chasing shortcuts, or compromising identity. But you endured. That endurance is proof of your calling. That endurance is why the delay is ending. So when you feel the acceleration, do not be surprised. Do not think it unfair that it comes suddenly. It is the justice of heaven, repaying you for years when it seemed like nothing was moving. Every hidden prayer, every quiet sacrifice, every tear in secret has been stored. And now, like rain clouds, heavy with water, the skies cannot hold back any longer. Chosen one, your waiting season was the soil. Your breakthrough is the bloom. Your delay was the bow. Your destiny is the arrow. What you thought was wasted was the very thing that makes you unstoppable now. Chosen one. There is a divine principle at work in your life right now: multiplication. You may feel as though you only sowed a small seed, gave a small effort, or offered a small act of faith, but heaven has marked it with increase. What you entrusted to God is no longer singular, it is multiplying. Think of a farmer. He plants one grain of wheat, yet when harvest comes, he gathers stalk after stalk filled with hundreds of grains. That is the law of heaven. The seed never returns as it was sown. It always comes back greater, fuller, pressed down, shaken together, and running over. Your act of obedience is now in that stage of multiplication. Chosen one. Let me give you another image. Imagine a single echo in the mountains. One shout from your mouth does not return. As one sound it rebounds. Layered, louder, amplified. That is what has happened in the Spirit because of your recent act. What left your hand once is returning to you many times over. This is the mantle of multiplication. It is not just addition, it is exponential. It is a principle embedded into creation itself. When God blessed humanity, He said, "Be fruitful and multiply." The blessing of multiplication has always been tied to destiny. It means your life is not limited to what you can do alone. Heaven extends your reach, magnifies your efforts, and stretches your influence beyond measure. Let me tell you a story. There was a man who ran a small business. He struggled for years, barely making enough to keep going. Yet he remained honest, generous, and faithful. One day, he gave away his last small portion of savings to help another family. That act was his seed. Within weeks, opportunities arose that multiplied his business far beyond what he could have managed alone. What was once a trickle became a river. The seed he sowed became a mantle of multiplication that covered every area of his life. Chosen one. Do not underestimate the mantle that is falling on you. It means that what you touch will expand. What you release will return greater. Where you once saw scarcity, you will begin to see overflow. The mantle of multiplication ensures that no effort in faith is wasted. Consider this: 5 loaves and 2 fish in the hands of man could feed one family. But in the hands of Jesus, it fed thousands with baskets left over. The miracle was not in the bread itself, but in the blessing upon it. Likewise, what you carry is not limited to your resources. It is marked by divine blessing. That blessing multiplies what seems small into something nations can taste. Chosen one. Multiplication is not only about material things. It extends to peace, wisdom, influence, and even resilience. Where once you felt you had only a little strength, suddenly you will realize you can run farther than expected. Where once you had only a word for yourself, suddenly your words will nourish others. The mantle expands every part of your life. But here is a truth many forget. Multiplication often begins in hidden places. A tree multiplies seeds long before people notice its fruit. Rivers begin as unseen springs deep beneath the earth. The mantle upon you is already working in silence, enlarging things you cannot yet measure. Soon, What was hidden will surface. And people will ask, where did this abundance come from? The answer will be clear. It came from the mantle of multiplication. Think again of the ripple effect. A single drop on water seems small, but it creates circles that travel far beyond its center. You were that drop. The mantle ensures that your ripple does not fade. It becomes wave after wave, reaching shores you never expected. Chosen one. Multiplication is also a responsibility. With increase comes stewardship. When the harvest arrives, it must not be hoarded, it must be shared, planted again, and released. The mantle does not end with you, it flows through you. That is why your influence will touch millions. Not because you sought fame, but because heaven chose your obedience as a channel of blessing. Even now, can you not feel the stretching? It is like a net being pulled wider, ready to catch a greater catch. It may feel uncomfortable, but it is necessary. Multiplication requires capacity. Heaven will not pour more into a vessel unwilling to expand. That is why your faith has been stretched, your patience tested, your vision enlarged. It is all preparation for overflow. Chosen one. Embrace this mantle with boldness. It is not prideful to expect multiplication, it is faithful. Expecting God's increase honors His character. He is not the God of subtraction or scarcity. He is the God who takes little and makes it much. He is the God who turns a shepherd into a king, a fisherman into an apostle, a widow's jar into a river of oil. Remember this, multiplication is not accidental, it is intentional. Heaven placed this mantle on you because you have proven faithful with the little. You did not despise the small beginning. You did not withhold your seed in fear. And because of that, heaven can now entrust you with the abundance. So stand ready. You are stepping into a season where every act of faith will carry greater weight. Where once your prayers reached a few, they will now reach nations. Where once your generosity blessed one, it will soon bless hundreds. Where once your influence touched dozens, it will soon touch thousands. That is the mantle of multiplication. Chosen one. The mantle upon you ensures that what was once scarce will become overflow. What was once hidden will be revealed. What was once ordinary will become extraordinary. This is not imagination, it is manifestation. And soon, the world will see the fruit of the mantle you carry. Chosen one. Let your heart rest in this assurance. The mantle of multiplication cannot be reversed, and it cannot be diminished by the envy of others. Just as the sun rises without asking permission, your increase will appear because heaven has decreed it. What you placed in God's hands has already been touched by eternity, and eternity never returns empty. Soon you will see proof, not in small measures, but in overflowing streams, and when it comes, you will know without doubt, this is the work of the mantle. Chosen one. There is a battle rising not outside of you, but within. Doubt tries to speak. Fear attempts to return. Voices of the past echo, telling you that you are not enough, that your faith will collapse under pressure, that your vision is too large to ever come true. Yet the fact that these voices are loud right now is proof of something powerful. Your light is growing, and the darkness is terrified. Understand this truth. You are not wrestling with weakness, you are wrestling with destiny. Every chosen one experiences this moment. where the weight of calling feels heavier than the strength of self. Yet what you must realize is that the very pressure is an announcement. Pressure proves you are carrying something of eternal significance. Imagine a diamond. Before it shines, it is only carbon, dark and unremarkable. But under intenser pressure, hidden brilliance is released. Without the crushing, no sparkle would ever appear. Likewise, every wave of resistance you feel is forming brilliance inside you. The doubt is a shadow, but the light in you will break through it. Chosen one, you have already proven you can endure. Think of the nights you felt abandoned yet still prayed. Think of the mornings you rose, weary yet determined to continue. Those were victories. Those were moments the unseen realms recorded. Every battle you fought in silence has built unshakable strength in your spirit. The Apostle Paul wrote words that echo to this day, words meant for warriors like you. The ancient words recorded in Romans chapter 8, verse 37 declare, "In all these things we are more than conquerors through him who loved us." This is your truth. You are not barely surviving, you are conquering, and not just conquering, but more than conquering. That means the battle you face will not only be won, it will produce overflow, testimonies, and blessings far beyond what was contested. Now pause and reflect. The enemy attacks where he is most afraid. If doubt circles your vision, it is because your vision is dangerous. If fear clings to your future, it is because your future is mighty. If resistance is loud, it is because heaven's confirmation is louder still. So this is the moment to declare your stance, not in long speeches, but in simpler, unshakable words. As a prophetic act, I want you to write in the comments, "Faith over fear." And why these words? Because they capture the entire battle. Fear is loud, but faith is louder. Fear predicts failure, but faith declares victory. Fear wants you paralyzed, but faith commands you forward. By typing those 3 words, you are drawing a line in the sand of your spirit, saying, "I will not bow to the shadow. I choose the light." Chosen one. Every time you make such a declaration, you silence the storm inside. You remind yourself who you are. You remind darkness that it cannot touch you. And you remind heaven that you are aligned, steady, and unwilling to waver. You are not fragile. You are not uncertain. You are a conqueror rising in faith, crowned by grace, unstoppable in purpose. This battle is only proof that you are already winning. Chosen one, when you declare faith over fear, you are not just speaking to yourself, you are speaking into the atmosphere. Words are seeds, and seeds birth realities. That phrase, though only 3 words, carries the weight of heaven's truth. Fear cannot coexist where faith is active. Fear survives in silence. But the moment faith speaks, fear begins to shrink. This declaration is also a reminder of your lineage. Every chosen one in history had to face this same choice. Joshua was told again and again, "Be strong and courageous." Because fear tried to creep in before stepping into the promised land, Esther risked her life, stepping before a king with trembling hands. But faith was greater than fear. Even Jesus, in the garden, prayed with agony. Yet faith in the Father's will silenced every fear of the cross. You are standing in the same line of courage. Now, let's make it practical. Fear says, stay where it's safe. Faith says, step out, even if you can't see the whole road. Fear says, you might fail. Faith says, even if I fall, I will rise again. Fear says, you are alone. Faith says, He will never leave me nor forsake me. Every time you choose faith, you close the door on fear's lies. Think of a storm at sea. Fear makes you believe the waves will drown you. Faith makes you remember the one who walks on water. Fear stares at the wind. Faith fixes its eyes on the Lord. That is why your three-word declaration carries such power. It shifts your focus from the storm to the Savior. Chosen one. This choice is not a one-time event. It is daily, moment by moment. Some days, fear will whisper louder, but your faith is not measured by feelings. It is measured by your persistence. When you keep declaring faith over fear, even when your heart trembles, you are proving that faith rules your life, not fear. And understand this, heaven responds to such faith. Angels are dispatched. Doors open. Peace settles. Not because the circumstances suddenly vanish, but because you carry an atmosphere that refuses to bow to fear. The spiritual world recognizes authority, and every time you declare faith, your authority grows. So hold this firmly in your spirit. Fear is temporary, but faith is eternal. Fear fades when light enters. Faith shines brighter with every step. You are not bound to the voice of fear. You are bound to the promise of God. And that promise says, you are more than a conqueror. Chosen one. I want you to take a breath and realize how far you have come. From the silent battles in the night to the quiet acts of faith no one saw. Your journey has been marked with unseen victories. And now, you stand at the threshold of a season where your voice, your influence, and your light will not be hidden anymore. It is like watching dawn rise over the horizon. For hours, the world sits in darkness, waiting. Then slowly, golden light spreads across the land. Nothing can rush it, and nothing can stop it. When the sun chooses to rise, it paints the sky with fire. That is what is happening in your life. Your light is rising, and no force of darkness can hold it back. Chosen one. You are stepping into visibility. For so long, your preparation was hidden. Like roots stretching deep into the ground, no one applauded the roots. No one celebrated the unseen growth. But without roots, there can be no tree. Without foundation, there can be no tower. Now the season of roots is turning into the season of fruit. People will begin to see what heaven has been building in silence all along. Think of a candle burning in a window. It doesn't shout. It doesn't push. It simply shines. Yet that single flame can guide travelers lost in the night. Your life is that candle. You may not realize it, but your glow already reaches others. The choices you've made, the faith you've carried, the love you've given it is light to those stumbling in the dark. And here is your anchor. The Word of God declares in the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 5, verse 16, "Let your light shine before others, that they may see your good deeds and glorify your Father in heaven." This is not pressure, it is invitation. Your shining is not self-made. It is God's reflection through you. And because of that, this is the moment to allow your light to spread further. just as one candle can light another without losing its flame, your story can ignite hope in someone else. If this message has touched your heart, consider pressing like not as a task, but as a way of saying, I recognize the light in me. Each like is a flame added to the lantern of this community, but it doesn't end there. When you share this message, it's like passing the torch down a long line of weary runners. Someone far behind may receive just enough light to keep running. Sharing is not an obligation, it is a gift. A ripple of hope, leaving your hand to strengthen someone else's race. And if you feel your spirit whispering, stay connected. Then subscribe. Think of it as planting yourself in a garden where you will be watered consistently. A tree planted by rivers of living water flourishes in every season. Subscribing is simply choosing to remain rooted where your spirit is nourished. Not a duty, not a demand, but a beautiful decision to grow alongside others who are walking the same path. Chosen one. Understand this. Every act of connection multiplies the light. One flame lights another. One ripple joins another. One seed becomes a field. Together, this community becomes more than individuals. It becomes a forest of strength, an ocean of voices, a constellation of stars shining against the night. There is nothing forced here. Just as no one commands the flower to bloom, no one can command your heart to connect. A flower blooms because the sun warms it, because the rain nourishes it. Likewise, if your spirit feels warmed and nourished by these words, let your response be natural. Press like, share the flame, subscribe to remain planted. These are not burdens, they are blossoms. Chosen one. Your life is entering a new chapter where visibility will be both responsibility and reward. The world is waiting to see what God has placed within you. But remember, you were never meant to shine alone. You are part of a greater constellation, where each star adds brilliance to the night sky. So stand tall, shine freely. And if your spirit agrees, connect in ways that keep the light spreading, because together we are brighter. Chosen one. Imagine the night sky filled with countless stars, alone. Each star seems small, almost fragile, yet when they shine together, they map the heavens, guiding travelers through unknown paths. That is the power of light in unity. Your individual glow is precious, but when joined with others, it becomes a constellation, an undeniable sign of God's glory stretching across the world. And here is what is most beautiful. No star competes with another. Each holds its place, shining as it was designed. And together, they form patterns that speak of order and wonder. In the same way, you are not called to outshine anyone. You are called to simply shine as you are, in your place, with your story, with your obedience. That light, joined with others, will change landscapes. Chosen one. Rest in this truth. Your light does not need permission. Darkness never asked for it, and darkness cannot resist it. You were made to shine, and your time is now. Chosen one. The mantle of visibility does not come without weight. The moment light shines, shadows shift. The moment fruit appears, hands reach. To be seen is a gift, but it is also a responsibility. This is why the Spirit has been shaping you in silence first, because to be visible without depth is to be fragile, but to be visible with roots is to be unshakable. Think of a tall tree in the forest. Birds find shelter in its branches. Travelers rest in its shade, and children play at its roots. Yet long before it became a towering refuge, it was a sapling pressed by winds, bent by rains, tested by seasons. Only because it endured in silence could it now stand in strength. That is you. The testing, the waiting, the hiddenness, it was all preparation for this moment of visibility. Chosen one. Visibility is not just about people seeing you, it is about heaven trusting you to be seen. There are many who crave attention, but only a few who can carry it without compromise. You are among the few. God did not place this mantle on you so you could chase applause. He placed it on you so His glory could be revealed through you. This is where discernment becomes crucial. Visibility will attract not only those who celebrate you, but also those who misunderstand, criticise, or even oppose you. Just as light attracts both those seeking warmth and insects buzzing with irritation, your rising influence will attract both allies and distractors. Do not be surprised by this. It is part of the design. Chosen one. Do not let the noise of others define you. A lighthouse does not stop shining because ships misunderstand its signal. A city on a hill does not extinguish its light because some complain of the brightness. Your task is not to manage every opinion. It is to remain faithful to the one who lit your flame. There was a chosen one long ago who struggled with the fear of visibility. They preferred silence, preferred hiding, preferred not to be noticed. But every time they tried to retreat, circumstances pushed them back into the open. They discovered that visibility was not about ego, it was about assignment. They were a carrier of words, of encouragement, of guidance that others desperately needed. To hide was to deny their calling. In time, they accepted visibility as a mantle, not a burden, and their life began to multiply in impact. Chosen one. The same is unfolding with you. Your visibility is tied to purpose. It is not for you alone. It is for the weary who will see your strength and rise. It is for the broken who will see your healing and hope again. It is for the seekers who will see your faith and find direction. You are not merely stepping into light, you are becoming a signpost, a guide, a vessel through which heaven announces hope. But let me warn you, visibility also exposes. Just as the sun reveals both the beauty of flowers and the flaws of walls, your rising light will expose both your glory and your humanity. Do not fear this. Vulnerability is not weakness, it is authenticity. People are not drawn to perfection, they are drawn to truth. When they see that you shine while still bearing scars, they will know your strength comes from God, not from self. Chosen one. Remember this. The weight of visibility is sustained not by performance, but by presence. You do not need to strive to maintain your light. You simply need to remain in the source. The moon does not create its own glow. It reflects the sun. Likewise, your role is not to generate endless energy. It is to reflect the eternal light that never fades. This is why you must guard your connection with heaven. Prayer, worship, and stillness are not optional. They are lifelines. Without them, visibility becomes vanity. With them, visibility becomes victory. Think of a river flowing from a mountain spring. As long as it remains connected to the source, it stays fresh, life-giving, unstoppable. But if cut off, it dries into a stagnant pool. Your visibility is the river. But your intimacy with God is the spring. Stay connected, and the flow will never cease. Chosen one. What you are stepping into requires courage. But courage is not the absence of fear, it is obedience despite fear. Courage says, I may feel unworthy, I may feel uncertain, but I will step forward anyway, because the one who called me is faithful. You may worry, what if I fail in front of others? But understand this, failure in visibility is not the end, it is the testimony. People are not inspired by spotless lives, they are inspired by resilience, by those who fall and rise again, by those who stumble yet continue to walk. Your transparency will strengthen others more than your perfection ever could. Chosen one. Embrace this season with humility and boldness. Humility keeps you grounded, reminding you that the light is not your own. Boldness keeps you moving, reminding you that hiding helps no one. With humility, you reflect His glory. With boldness, you fulfill your destiny. Let this truth settle in your spirit. Visibility is not the prize, it is the platform. The real treasure is not that people see you, but that through you, they see Him. And that is the highest calling of all. Chosen one. Imagine a lantern lifted high on a dark street. It doesn't shine to glorify itself. It shines to make the path clear for those who follow. That is the essence of your visibility. It is not about fame, but guidance. It is not about applause, but service. You are being positioned as that lantern. And whether people admit it or not, many will walk more confidently because your light is there. And here is the mystery. Even when you feel your light flicker, heaven breathes on it to keep it alive. You will not run out of fuel, because the oil you carry is supplied by the Spirit. Just as the lamps in the temple never went out, your flame is sustained not by your own strength, but by the one who called you. Chosen one. Step forward, unafraid. You are not a spotlight for yourself. You are a mirror reflecting eternity. Shine with courage and trust that your visibility will become someone else's miracle. Chosen one. There are moments in life when the unseen world sends signals so clear they cannot be ignored. You are living in such a moment. The confirmation has been given. The atmosphere has shifted. And now the time has come for you to step boldly into alignment with destiny. Every sign has been pointing in one direction, forward. Do you feel it? That sense that something greater is near, that the weight you carried is beginning to lift, that the silence you endured is giving way to sound. These are not random feelings. They are echoes from eternity, reverberating into your present reality. They are heaven's way of telling you that your steps are now ordered with precision. Think of a river that has been dammed. For years, the water builds, pressure increases, and the flow seems stopped. But one day, the barrier gives way. The waters burst forth, not in trickles, but in floods. That is where you are now. The barriers that seemed immovable are already weakening. The confirmation you've received is proof that the flood of destiny is about to break open. Chosen one. This is not simply about breakthrough, it is about alignment. When heaven confirms, it is not just saying, I hear you. It is saying, you are in step with my timing, and timing is everything. A seed planted in the wrong season struggles to live, but the same seed planted in the right season flourishes without striving. You have entered the season of flourishing. Let me share a story. A man once carried a vision deep in his heart. For years, nothing seemed to move. People mocked him. Opportunities slipped away. And he wondered if he had misunderstood God's voice. Then one day, while walking through a park, he saw a child playing with a kite. The wind lifted the kite higher, and the child laughed with joy. In that moment, something clicked. He realized his vision was not dead, it was waiting for the wind. And now, the wind had arrived. That revelation gave him courage to try again. And within a year, his dream blossomed in ways beyond what he imagined. Chosen one, the wind is here for you. The confirmation is not just comfort, it is momentum. It means heaven is breathing on what you carry. And what once felt heavy will begin to rise with ease. We are reminded through the writings of David in the Psalms, chapter 32, verse 8, I will instruct you and teach you in the way you should go. I will counsel you with my loving eye on you. This is the assurance you need. You are not left to wander blindly. You are being guided step by step, instructed with clarity, and counseled with love. So what should you do now? Believe the confirmation. Trust the timing, and seal your agreement with heaven. Chosen one. I want you to do something prophetic and simple. In the comments, write the number 333. Let it be your sign of divine completeness multiplied. Your declaration that you are stepping into alignment with divine instruction. 3 is the number of fullness, of divine order, of resurrection power, and repeating it is a reminder that heaven's authority surrounds you completely. When you write 333, you are saying, I choose to walk in step with what God is confirming. I embrace the counsel of His loving eye. I trust the season I am in. It is not superstition, it is symbolism, a visible reminder of an invisible truth. Imagine it this way. In ancient times, travelers placed stones along the road to mark where God had met them. These stones were called Ebenezers, reminders of divine help. Today, your comment becomes such a stone. When you declare 333, you are setting a marker in your journey that says, here is where I acknowledge the fullness of God's grace over my life. No, chosen one. This simple act may feel small, but remember what you have learned. Nothing sown in faith is ever wasted. Just as a single seed multiplies, your declaration will echo. It will strengthen you, and it will strengthen others who see it and recognize they are not walking alone. Pause for a moment. Reflect on how far you have come. Reflect on the confirmations you've received. Reflect on the moments when you thought it was over, yet somehow you endured. Was that not grace? Was that not evidence of God's hand? And if grace carried you through yesterday, grace will surely carry you into tomorrow. Chosen one, do not underestimate this moment. You are not merely listening, you are aligning. You are not merely inspired, you are anchored. What you declare today will become the testimony you point to tomorrow. When people ask, how did you know this was your time? You will answer, because heaven confirmed it, and I stepped into alignment. And the river is breaking open, the wind is lifting, the grace is multiplying. This is not coincidence, it is confirmation. So let your heart be steady, let your spirit be strong, and let your agreement with heaven be written not only in your heart, but also in your declaration. 330. 3. Chosen one. The number 333 is more than digits. It is a symbol of harmony, of heaven's agreement with your journey. Just as the Trinity, Father, Son, and Spirit moves in perfect unity, so too your path is now being woven into unity with divine purpose. You are not scattered. You are not wandering aimlessly. You are walking in rhythm with eternal design. Each time you see or write this number, let it remind you that you are covered on every side. The past is redeemed, the present is empowered, and the future is secured. Nothing has been wasted, nothing will be lost, and nothing can overturn what heaven has confirmed. Chosen one, let your soul breathe here. You are aligned, you are guided, you are protected. The confirmation is sealed, and your steps will now carry you into the fulfillment of every promise written over your life. Chosen one. Before you step into the fullness of abundance, there is always the sting of rejection. It is one of the most misunderstood seasons in a believer's journey, and yet it is one of the most necessary. Rejection is not the end of your story, it is the shaping tool of destiny. Think of clay in the hands of a potter. It is pressed, squeezed, and reshaped until it becomes something greater than what it once was. Rejection presses you, but it also shapes you. It squeezes out what does not belong, removes the pride of self-dependence, and makes room for the beauty of God's design. Without rejection, your vessel would remain unfinished. Chosen one. Rejection often arrives clothed in betrayal, in silence, or in being overlooked. You felt it when you gave your best and were ignored. You felt it when doors closed without explanation. You felt it when those you trusted most turned away. At times, you wondered if perhaps you were unworthy. But let this truth settle deep in your spirit. Rejection is not a reflection of your lack. It is redirection toward your calling. Even Jesus, the cornerstone of our faith, was rejected by the very ones he came to save. The prophet Isaiah declared, "He was despised and rejected by mankind, a man of suffering and familiar with pain." If the perfect one walked through rejection, then surely rejection cannot be proof of failure. It is proof of alignment. To be chosen by heaven often means to be rejected by men. Consider Joseph, whose brothers hated him for his dreams. Their rejection was not a mistake. It was the hand of God moving him toward Egypt, where his destiny as a ruler awaited. Had his brothers embraced him, he would have remained in comfort but never entered into calling. Their rejection was his transportation. Your story carries the same thread. What felt like being cast aside was actually being carried into greater purpose. Chosen one. Rejection is fire that purifies motives. It asks, are you here for applause? Or are you here for assignment? Will you keep standing when the crowd disperses? Will you keep believing when affirmation is absent? These questions shape warriors, not wanderers. Picture a blacksmith hammering iron on an anvil. Sparks fly. The blows are loud, and the iron seems battered. Yet every strike is shaping it into a weapon of precision and strength. Rejection is the hammer. You are the iron. The pain is real, but so is the transformation. Soon, you will see that every no forged you into someone sharper, stronger, and unbreakable. Chosen one. Rejection also reveals the counterfeit. Not everyone who walks with you is meant to arrive at your destination. Rejection removes those who cannot carry the weight of your assignment. It exposes hidden motives, reveals shallow loyalties, and protects you from entanglements that would drain your destiny. What you lost was not meant to stay. Heaven orchestrated the separation so your path would remain clear. Let me tell you a story. There was a woman who longed for partnership in her calling, time and again. She pursued friendships and alliances, only to be turned away or forgotten. For years, she wondered if she was the problem. But as she kept walking, she realized that the ones who rejected her were not meant to build with her. They lacked the vision, the faith, or the resilience for the journey ahead. When the right allies finally appeared, she understood why the others had left. Their rejection preserved her for true alignment. Chosen one, your rejection has preserved you too. You may have cried over those who left, but one day you will look back with gratitude. Not every loss is tragedy. Some losses are protection. Not every closed door is punishment. Some doors are locked because what's behind them cannot sustain you. This is where you must shift perspective. Instead of asking, "Why was I rejected?" begin asking, "What is this rejection protecting me from? What is it pushing me toward?" With this lens, rejection becomes less of a wound and more of a compass. Even the natural world teaches this. Consider the eagle. When it senses its eaglet is ready to fly, the mother begins to stir the nest, removing comfort, making space uncomfortable. To the eaglet, it feels like rejection, but in truth, it is invitation. The mother is saying, "You were not made to stay here, you were made to soar." Your rejection is heaven stirring your nest, reminding you that comfort is not your destination. Flight is. Chosen one, do not despise the fire of rejection. Let it refine you. Let it teach you to depend not on the applause of men, but on the approval of heaven. Let it strip away what was fragile, so only what is unshakable remains. And remember this, rejection always precedes elevation. Joseph was rejected before he ruled. David was overlooked before he wore the crown. Jesus was despised before he rose in glory. If rejection is your current story, then glory is your coming chapter. This is not just encouragement, it is pattern. It is how God works. The very stone the builders rejected became the cornerstone. What was despised became essential. You, too, are that stone. Rejected, yes, but chosen. Essential, unmovable. So lift your head. Chosen one. Your rejection is not the end. It is the sign that you are being set apart for something greater. Soon, those who turned away will watch in awe as God elevates you, not because you fought for validation, but because you trusted the process. You will not remain defined by who walked away. You will be defined by the one who never did. And that is why rejection will one day be remembered, not as your breaking point, but as your turning point. Chosen one. Every calling is tied to a kingdom assignment. What you carry is not just for yourself, it is for generations, for communities, for nations that will be impacted through your obedience. You may think of yourself as one individual, but heaven sees you as a vessel carrying a mission larger than your name. Think of a torchbearer in a relay. The flame is not for the runner to keep, it is for them to pass along so that the fire continues. In the same way, your gifts, your experiences, your journey, all of it is a torch entrusted to you. The assignment is not just to shine, but to pass on light, hope, and truth to those who walk after you. Chosen one, your kingdom assignment is unique. It may not look like anyone else's. For some, it is raising children with faith that shapes generations. For others, it is creating businesses that operate in integrity and generosity. For some, it is preaching with words. For others, it is preaching with actions. The form varies, but the source is the same. Heaven plants assignments into chosen vessels and empowers them to fulfill what no one else can. Consider Moses. He thought his assignment ended after fleeing Egypt. He believed his failures disqualified him. Yet in the wilderness, God reminded him the assignment was not over. He was to deliver Israel. Though Moses felt inadequate, his staff became a symbol of authority that parted seas. Your life may feel ordinary, but the staff is already in your hand. What looks like an everyday tool will become the sign of your assignment when placed in God's hand. Chosen one. Assignments are often revealed in stages. Rarely does heaven show the entire picture. Instead, glimpses are given: dreams, impressions, burdens that won't leave your heart. These glimpses are seeds of calling. When watered with faith, they grow into full clarity. Perhaps you already sense it. A passion that won't fade, a vision that lingers, a stirring that won't let you rest. That is your kingdom assignment, whispering. This is why you are here. But do not mistake assignment for ease. Every assignment attracts opposition. Just as Nehemiah faced mockery and sabotage while rebuilding the wall, so too your mission will face resistance. The size of the opposition only reveals the weight of the assignment. Do not fear it. Resistance is confirmation. If what you carried were insignificant, it would not be fought so fiercely. Think of a key. A key seems small, insignificant, yet in its design lies the power to unlock what many cannot access. Your assignment is that key. It may appear ordinary, but it unlocks freedom, hope, and transformation for countless others. Without your obedience, doors remain locked. With your obedience, generations walk through. Let me tell you a story. There was a teacher who thought their role was unimportant. Every day, they taught small groups of children in a hidden village. They felt overlooked, forgotten by the world. Yet years later, one of those children became a leader whose decisions shaped nations. The teacher never preached to thousands, but their assignment shaped someone who did. This is the power of hidden obedience. Never despise your role. The kingdom measures impact differently than the world. Chosen one. Your assignment carries both weight and wonder. It will stretch you, but it will also fulfill you. Nothing else satisfies like walking in the center of your calling. You may try to ignore it, but the pull will remain. You may try to fit into roles that others expect, but your soul will resist. Destiny is relentless. It will not let you settle for less. This is why surrender is essential. An assignment cannot be fulfilled halfway. It demands your yes, not your maybe. Jonah discovered this when he fled from Nineveh. His running did not cancel the assignment, it only delayed it. When he finally surrendered, entire cities repented. Your surrender may seem costly, but the harvest will be greater than anything you imagine. Chosen one. Do not fear the size of your assignment. The God who gave it to you is also the one who equips you. Gideon called himself the least in his family. Yet God called him mighty. Jeremiah said he was too young. Yet God touched his mouth with fire. Your excuses may feel valid, but heaven sees beyond them. Heaven sees the warrior, the prophet, the leader, the torchbearer inside you. And remember, assignments are not always grand in appearance. Sometimes they look like simply showing up with faithfulness, day after day. The widow who fed Elijah with her last meal may have thought her role was small, yet her obedience sustained a prophet. Small assignments often carry eternal weight. Chosen one. Your assignment will also evolve. What begins as serving in hiddenness may grow into leading in visibility. What starts as helping one may expand to helping thousands. Be flexible. The mission remains, but the methods may change. What matters is that you stay aligned with the voice of God in every season. Picture a river. At its source, it is narrow, gentle, almost unnoticeable. But as it flows, it widens, deepens, and becomes powerful enough to carve valleys and nourish entire lands. Your assignment is that river. Right now, it may feel small, but as you remain faithful, it will widen into something unstoppable. Chosen one. Let this truth anchor you. Your kingdom assignment is not about you alone. It is about heaven's design for this generation. It is about the lives waiting for your obedience. It is about the eternal story God is writing through you. So embrace it fully. Do not compare. Do not shrink. Do not run. Stand firm, knowing that the one who assigned you will also sustain you. And one day, when you look back, you will realize that every tear, every rejection, every moment of waiting was part of the preparation for this holy task. Your assignment is not a burden, it is your crown. Wear it boldly, for you were born for such a time as this. Chosen one. Destiny does not whisper quietly anymore. It is beginning to thunder. Your life is reaching a point where what has been concealed will be revealed, where what has been promised will be fulfilled, and where what has been planted will finally bloom. This is not imagination, it is manifestation. You are standing at the trumpet blast of your calling. Picture this. For years, a trumpet has been sitting silent, hidden in the shadows of a case. Then one day, a breath fills it, and the sound breaks forth. That sound is not just music, it is a call. A trumpet does not murmur, it announces. Likewise, your season is not whispering anymore, it is announcing. Destiny is declaring, the time is now. Avno, chosen one. This trumpet of destiny is not just about you hearing your call, it is about others hearing it too. When a trumpet sounds in a valley, even the mountains echo. What you step into will ripple beyond your own life, reverberating in places you did not even plan to reach. The sound of your obedience will awaken others. Call them forward and remind them that they, too, have a destiny to fulfill. And here let the word anchor you. It is written in the first letter to the Corinthians, chapter 14, verse 8. For if the trumpet gives an uncertain sound, who shall prepare himself to the battle? This is why your sound must be clear. Your call must be firm. Your voice must not waver. Destiny does not whisper, it declares. For so long, you may have wondered if the silence meant you were forgotten. But silence was not absence, it was preparation for the sound. Just as musicians prepare in silence before they step onto the stage, your hidden years were heaven's rehearsal. And now, the curtain is rising, chosen one. When the trumpet sounds, choices are revealed. Some will run toward it, others will turn away. But your role is not to control their response. Your role is to release the sound, your testimony, your voice. Your story is the trumpet. Every time you stand in faith, you are sounding destiny's call. If these words have awakened something in you, then gently, like adding your flame to a circle of lanterns, press like, not as obligation, but as illumination. Each like is another lantern lifted, another path lit, another traveler guided. And if the trumpet within you resonates, share this message. Think of it as echoing the sound across the valley. Your echo may awaken someone still asleep in despair. Sharing is not duty, it is resonance. It is the sound of destiny carried farther than your own reach. Then, if your heart feels drawn to continue walking in this light, subscribe. Think of it as choosing to stay in the procession of trumpets, marching in rhythm with others, carrying the same call. Subscribing is not a chain, it is a choice to remain in harmony with a family of voices rising together. Finally, let your voice join the sound. In the comments, write, "I hear the call." These 4 words are not mere text, they are your trumpet blast. They say to heaven, to earth, and even to your own soul, I will not ignore this season. I recognize the sound of destiny, and I am stepping forward. Chosen one. Each action like, share, subscribe, comment is not mechanical. It is symbolic. It is your way of saying, I add my flame, I add my echo, I add my step to this greater movement. Just as one trumpet becomes a symphony when joined with others, your single response joins a collective sound that shakes the unseen. So let your heart move freely. Nothing here is forced. Just as no one commands the sunrise, no one commands your response. The sun rises because it is time. Your response will rise if your spirit says, it is time. Lo, the trumpet has sounded. Chosen one. Do you hear it? The valley is echoing, the mountains are trembling, and your destiny is stepping forward. Chosen one. Think of what happens after the trumpet sounds in battle. Movement begins. Soldiers rise. Gates open. Processions march. The trumpet is not the end, it is the beginning of action. So it is with you. This word is not a conclusion, but a catalyst. It is heaven's call for you to rise from hesitation, to step from shadows, and to move into the very places you once thought unreachable. And know this, you do not march alone. As in ancient armies, where the sound of many trumpets created a wave of courage, so too your declaration joins a multitude. Countless other chosen ones are rising with you. Each voice strengthens the next. Each flame lights another. Each step creates a rhythm that cannot be silenced. So walk forward boldly. The sound has gone forth. The only question left is how you will answer it. And deep in your spirit, you already know your answer is yes. Chosen one. Let your yes echo louder than your fears. Every generation waits for voices that will not hesitate, for souls who will not bury their trumpet in the dust. And now, heaven has leaned toward you, placing the instrument in your hands, the breath in your lungs, and the courage in your spirit. Picture again the battlefield. Silence stretches for a moment. Tension hangs heavy. And then the trumpet pierces the air. Instantly, everything shifts. Hearts ignite. Feet move. And victory begins. That is the power of your obedience. The very moment you release your sound, chains begin to fall. Courage begins to spread. And the unseen world trembles. Chosen one. The call has sounded. You are not late. You are not unworthy. You are exactly where you were meant to be. Let the sound within you rise. For when you declare it, all of heaven declares with you, this is the chosen one stepping into destiny. Chosen one. When the trumpet sounds and destiny announces itself, the next season is not always filled with applause. In fact, it often begins with silence again, but this time, it is not the silence of waiting, it is the silence of preparation for battle. The sound of calling awakens both allies and enemies. Just as light attracts both seekers of warmth and insects that swarm around it, so too, your rising summons attention from both heaven and hell. This is why discernment is crucial now. Not every voice cheering for you is truly for you. And not every silence around you is rejection. Some silences are sacred. They are heaven's way of building your focus so you do not waste strength on distractions. Others may celebrate you outwardly, but carry envy inwardly. Your task is not to expose them, it is to stay so aligned with God's whisper that no counterfeit can sway you. Chosen one. Remember that spiritual warfare is not always dramatic. Sometimes it is subtle, woven into daily frustrations, whispers of doubt, unexpected delays. The true battle is often invisible, fought in the unseen where faith is tested more than strength. Think of Daniel, who prayed for 21 days. The answer had already been released from heaven, but opposition in the unseen delayed it. Daniel did not stop praying, and because he persisted, breakthrough came. You too are called to persist when resistance rises. And here, the word gives you clarity, as written in the book of Ephesians, chapter 6, verse 12. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. This is your reminder. The resistance you feel is not about people, it is about powers. You are not fighting neighbors or colleagues, you are dismantling structures that have stood for generations. Think of a soldier polishing armor before dawn. The battle has not begun, but the preparation is as important as the fight itself. That is you right now. The Spirit is equipping you with discernment sharper than a sword, endurance stronger than a shield, and vision clearer than an eagle's eyes. You may feel the weight of it, but that weight is not to crush you, it is to ready you. Chosen one. Do not despise this part of the journey. Preparation may feel heavy, but it proves you are trusted. Generals are not trained in comfort, they are trained in fire. If you sense the pressure increasing, it is because heaven is raising your rank. There was once a young man who longed to be a warrior. He admired the strength of others, but despised the drills of training. He wanted glory without grit. Yet one day, when danger came, he realized he had no endurance, no skill, no weapon ready. His unpreparedness cost him the fight. You, chosen one, are not being allowed to skip the training. Every lesson, every testing, every unseen battle is your drill. It is the proof that you will not collapse when the greater war arrives. And understand this, you are not fighting to gain victory, you are fighting from victory. The cross already sealed the triumph. Your role is to enforce what heaven has decreed, to stand as a witness of the finished work. That is why the enemy resists you. Not because you are weak, but because you are dangerous. A chosen one who knows their authority cannot be stopped. Imagine a lion walking through the wilderness. Smaller animals scatter. Not because the lion roars constantly, but because its presence carries weight. The lion knows who it is. You are that lion. You do not need to roar at every shadow. Your presence, anchored in authority, already unsettles darkness. Chosen one, I know the weariness of battle can make you wonder if it is worth it. But pause and see the larger picture. Every prayer you have prayed, every step you have taken, every tear you have shed, it has all built a wall of resistance against darkness. Families are freer because of you. Cycles are breaking because of you. Generations are shifting because of you. You may not always see immediate evidence, but warfare is often like the cracking of ice on a frozen river. For weeks it looks unmoved. Yet beneath the surface, fractures spread silently. Then suddenly, with one final push, the ice breaks and the waters flow. Your prayers, your faith, your perseverance, they are those fractures. The breakthrough may feel sudden, but it is the fruit of countless unseen cracks you created in faith. Chosen one, do not underestimate the authority of your words. The unseen realm listens when you speak truth. Angels respond to the word of God spoken through your mouth. Darkness recoils when you declare promises with conviction. Silence is not weakness when it is filled with prayer. And speech is not empty when it is filled with truth. So stand steady. The trumpet that announced your calling is also the trumpet that warns your enemies. They know you are rising. That is why resistance has increased. But resistance is not defeat, it is confirmation. It means you are stepping into territory the enemy thought he owned. Let your spirit rest in this image, a watchtower rising above the city walls. At its top, a flame burns, signaling both to allies and enemies alike that the city is awake and guarded. You are that watchtower. Your presence declares, this territory is claimed. This assignment is protected. This destiny is guarded. Lon, chosen one. Lift your head. You are not fragile. You are not vulnerable prey. You are a warrior with weapons mighty in God. A vessel of light that darkness cannot contain. The trumpet has sounded. The preparation is complete. And the battle ahead will only reveal what heaven has already placed within you. Chosen one. After preparation comes testing. Every warrior who has been equipped must step into the proving ground. It is not punishment, it is proof. Heaven does not test you to break you. Heaven tests you to reveal you. The testing is not to show your weakness, but to showcase the strength that has already been built inside of you. Think of gold placed in fire. The flame does not create the gold. It only exposes what is already there and burns away the impurities. That is the essence of your season now. You are stepping into tests not because you are fragile, but because you are ready. The fire that once intimidated you will now reveal your purity, your resilience, your unshakable foundation. Chosen one. Remember, that testing is part of every great story. Abraham was tested when asked to place Isaac on the altar. His obedience became the foundation of generations. Daniel was tested in the lion's den, but his faithfulness made kings bow to the living God. Even Jesus was tested in the wilderness, tempted in every way, yet emerging with power to begin his ministry. If the Son himself walked through testing, you too should not despise it. The word declares with clarity, according to what is written in the letter of James, chapter 1, verses 2 and 3. Consider it pure joy, my brothers and sisters, whenever you face trials of many kinds, because you know that the testing of your faith produces perseverance. Let this sink deep. Your test is your training ground for endurance. Without it, faith remains shallow. With it, faith matures into something unshakable. Chosen one. Every test you face has purpose woven into it. Sometimes the purpose is to strengthen what is weak. Sometimes it is to sharpen what is dull. Other times it is to prepare you for blessings greater than you could bear untested. A vessel that has never been filled with water cannot prove it will not leak. Likewise, a soul that has never faced pressure cannot prove it will not break. You are being proven, not punished. Imagine a bridge. Before it is opened to traffic, engineers place weight on it, far beyond what it will normally carry. They test it, not to destroy it, but to ensure that when people rely on it, it will not collapse. Your testing is heaven's way of showing that you are strong enough to carry the weight of what is coming. Chosen one. It may not feel like joy when the tests arrive, but perspective changes everything. When you see tests as confirmation of trust rather than rejection, your spirit shifts. You begin to realize, this is not happening to me. This is happening for me. Heaven trusts me enough to handle this. Let me tell you a story. There was a young man who wanted to join an elite rescue team. Before he could be accepted, he had to undergo rigorous training, long nights, heavy loads, simulated storms. Many gave up, calling the process cruel. But those who endured became warriors trusted with real missions, saving lives when disaster struck. Later, the young man said, "The training was not cruelty, it was preparation. Without it, I would never have been ready." So it is with you, chosen one. The test also reveals your true foundation. When storms come, houses built on sand collapse, but those built on rock remain. Testing shows you what you stand on. If it is shifting sand, the storm exposes it. If it is solid rock, the storm proves it. Either way, testing is mercy. It reveals what must be rebuilt before the real weight comes. This is why you must not fear failure. Even if you stumble in a test, stumbling is not the end. Tests are teachers, not executioners. They reveal where growth is needed, and they provide space for grace to shape you further. Every chosen one has moments of weakness, but weakness does not disqualify. You are refined, not rejected. Chosen one. Lean into this truth. The fiercest tests often precede the greatest promotion. Joseph's greatest test was the prison before the palace. David's greatest test was the cave before the crown. Jesus' greatest test was the cross before the resurrection. The darker the night, the brighter the dawn that follows. Think of it like a bowstring being pulled back. The further it is drawn, the greater the release. Testing stretches you, pulls you beyond comfort. But that very stretch ensures that when you are released, you will fly farther than you imagined. So, embrace the testing. Let patience have its work. Let endurance be forged. Let trust be anchored. For soon, you will see that every trial was not wasted. It was the womb of transformation. Chosen one. Even your emotions in testing carry meaning. The tears you cry are not signs of weakness. They are cleansing rivers, making space for new strength. The questions you ask are not rebellion. They are invitations for revelation. The nights you wrestle are not abandonment. They are classrooms where heaven teaches you resilience. And here is the most comforting truth. You never walk through tests alone. The God who allowed the test walks with you in it. In the furnace, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego were not abandoned. A fourth figure appeared, radiant, walking with them in the fire. The flames did not consume them. They only burned the ropes that bound them. Your fire will not consume you either. It will only set you free. Chosen one. Your test will one day be your testimony. What you endure today will become the story that strengthens others tomorrow. Your scars will become signs of survival. Your endurance will become evidence of God's faithfulness. And when you look back, you will not despise the test, you will thank it. Lift your spirit now. Do not call yourself weak because of the test. Call yourself trusted. Do not call this season punishment. Call it preparation. Do not call yourself abandoned. Call yourself accompanied. You are a chosen one. Tested, but not broken. Pressed, but not crushed. Refined, but not destroyed. And the end of this test will not be your ruin. It will be your rise. Chosen one. Your tests have been real, and your scars are proof of the battles you have walked through. Yet here is the mystery of heaven. Scars are not marks of shame, but signatures of survival. Every wound that tried to break you became a seal of testimony. What once looked like defeat now shines as evidence of endurance. And the Spirit says this: you are stepping into the season where your scars will speak louder than your struggles. Think of a tree struck by lightning. The bark may split, the wood may burn, but the roots dig deeper. Years later, the scar remains on its trunk, yet the tree stands taller, branches stretching wider, fruit growing richer. The scar is not the end of the story. It is part of the glory. That is you. Your scars are the lightning marks that prove you endured storms that could have toppled others. Chosen one. This is why heaven trusts you with influence. You are not naive. You are not fragile. You know the pain of waiting, the ache of rejection, the fire of testing, and because of this, when you rise with authority. Others will listen not just to your victories, but to your scars. They will see that you did not collapse when crushed, and their faith will grow because of yours. The Word reminds us. It is written in the book of Galatians, chapter 6, verse 17, "From now on, let no one cause me trouble, for I bear on my body the marks of Jesus." This is Paul's declaration that the scars he carried were not weakness, but evidence of belonging, of identity, of divine assignment. So it is with you, chosen one. Your scars are more than reminders, they are revelations. They reveal that what tried to kill you failed. They reveal that the story is still unfolding. They reveal that you are not defined by what happened to you, but by what rose from within you. But here is the greater mystery. Scars do not just remain, they shine. Over time, what looked like brokenness becomes beauty. What looked like loss becomes legacy. What looked like ruin becomes revelation. This is the power of transformation that only the chosen know. Let me tell you a story. There was a woman who had faced betrayal and loss so deep that her heart carried invisible scars. For years she hid them, ashamed of her past. But one day, while comforting another who was broken, she shared her story. Tears flowed, hope sparked, and faith returned to the one who listened. That day, she realized something profound. Her scars were not chains, they were bridges. Bridges that connected her to others who needed healing. From then on, she never hid them again. She wore them as proof of God's restoration. Chosen one, your scars are becoming bridges too. Do not despise them. Do not hide them. They are part of your authority. Others may argue with your words, but no one can argue with your scars. They testify silently yet powerfully. I survived. I rose. I am still here. And because this is such a holy moment, I want you to mark it with a prophetic act. In the comments, write the number 888. Why 888? Because 8 is the number of new beginnings, and 888 is the roar of heaven declaring abundant new beginnings. Not just one chance, not just one door, but wave after wave of fresh starts, redemption upon redemption, restoration upon restoration. When you write 888, you are saying, my scars are not my end, they are the sign that I am entering a new beginning filled with glory. Chosen one. Think of this number as a river flowing in 3 streams. One stream washes away the past. Another stream refreshes your present. The third stream carries you into the future. Together, they symbolize that you are not bound by yesterday's wounds. You are carried by tomorrow's promises. Do not underestimate this act. It may look simple, but every prophetic act is weighty. When Israel placed blood on their doorposts, it looked ordinary, yet it shifted nations. When Moses lifted his staff, it looked simple, yet seas parted. When you write 888, you are marking your journey with the ink of heaven's decree. New beginnings are here. Chosen one. Pause now. Reflect on what your scars have taught you. Reflect on how they shaped your strength, refined your compassion, deepened your wisdom. Without them, you would not carry the authority you now have. Without them, you would not shine with the same resilience. What once brought you to your knees has now placed a sword in your hand. Your scars are not the evidence of defeat, they are the evidence of victory disguised as pain. The wounds healed, but the marks remain, reminding you that grace is real, that endurance is possible, that destiny is unstoppable. So, walk boldly, lift your head, declare your number, and know this: your scars will no longer speak of suffering, they will sing of strength. Chosen one. The act of writing 888 is more than a gesture, it is an alignment. When you type it, you are engraving in your own spirit that the past no longer defines you. You are choosing to see every scar as a seed, every wound as a window, every trial as training. You are not erasing what happened, you are reframing it. This number also whispers of overflow. New beginnings are not simply starting over from zero, They are starting over with wisdom, with resilience, with scars that now shine as stars. The old chapter closed, but the ink of your scars writes strength into the new one. So, chosen one, let your declaration be steady. You are not broken, you are rebuilt. You are not wounded, you are warrior marked. And every scar is proof that what once tried to end you only prepared you to begin again. Brighter than ever. Chosen one. The deeper you walk into destiny, the more you realize that strength alone does not sustain the journey. Strength can carry you far, but it is wisdom that keeps you standing. Power can open doors, but it is discernment that ensures you walk through the right ones. In this season, what heaven is pouring into you is not just might, it is wisdom, a treasure rarer than gold and more enduring than silver. Think of Solomon. He could have asked for anything: riches, armies, long life, but he chose wisdom. And because he sought wisdom, everything else followed. The word tells us, according to the book of Proverbs, chapter 4, verse 7, wisdom is the principal thing. Therefore get wisdom, and with all thy getting, get understanding. This is not suggestion, it is a command. Wisdom is the root from which all fruit grows. Without it, strength can become recklessness, and blessing can become burden. Chosen one. Wisdom is not merely knowledge. Knowledge is facts stored in the mind. Wisdom is truth lived out in the soul. Knowledge says, I know the path. Wisdom says, I will walk it at the right time, in the right way. Many collapse not because they lack power, but because they lack timing. Wisdom is heaven's way of aligning timing with purpose. Consider the seasons. A farmer who plants in winter, no matter how skilled, will not reap. But one who plants in spring, even with little strength, will harvest abundantly. That is the difference wisdom makes. It positions you in divine timing so that effort is multiplied. Chosen one. Wisdom is also protection. When serpents coil in the grass, strength alone does not save you. Wisdom discerns their presence before the strike. When opportunities glitter like gold, wisdom distinguishes between treasure and trap. It keeps you from wasting energy on battles never meant for you, from pouring into vessels that cannot hold water, from stepping into doors that are painted beautifully on the outside but hollow within. Wisdom also teaches silence. There are moments when words would scatter seeds on stony ground, when explanations would only stir contention. Wisdom whispers, "Be still." Other times, wisdom gives courage to speak, even when your voice shakes, because the truth must be declared. Strength tells you to speak loudly. Wisdom tells you when and how to speak effectively. Let me share a story. A man once inherited a field of diamonds, yet because he did not recognize their value, he sold the field cheaply, thinking it worthless. Years later, another came, mined the land, and discovered its wealth. The first man had knowledge of ownership, but lacked wisdom of discernment. So too, many carry treasures within them, yet miss their value, because wisdom has not opened their eyes. You, chosen one, will not miss your diamonds. Wisdom is sharpening your vision. Wisdom also humbles. It reminds you that no matter how much you know, there is always more to learn. It opens your heart to counsel, your spirit to correction, and your mind to growth. The proud resist wisdom, but the humble invite it. That is why Scripture says, "The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom." Reverence creates room for revelation. Chosen one, in your journey, wisdom will sometimes come clothed as delay. You will wonder, why not now? And wisdom will answer, because now would destroy what later will bless. At other times, wisdom will come as acceleration. Doors opening faster than you expect. You will wonder, am I ready? And wisdom will answer, heaven's timing prepares you as you go. Trust both the pauses and the pushes, for both are wisdom's hands guiding you. Imagine a river carving through rock. It does not rage constantly, nor does it retreat entirely. With steady persistence, it shapes valleys over time. That is wisdom, gentle yet powerful, unseen yet undeniable. Others may overlook it, but its results cannot be denied. Chosen one. Wisdom is also inheritance. What you gain in wisdom will not die with you. It will flow into those who come after. Just as Solomon's wisdom built a kingdom that influenced generations, your wisdom will build legacies that outlive your years. Your children, your community, your spiritual family will walk paths made smoother by the wisdom you pass on. And understand this, wisdom does not always feel spiritual. Sometimes it looks like managing resources well, honoring rest, setting boundaries, discerning relationships. Heaven does not separate sacred from practical wisdom, weaves them together. How you treat your time, your words, your energy is as much spiritual as how you pray. Wisdom ensures you live balanced, anchored, effective. There was once a lighthouse keeper who faithfully trimmed the lamp every night, ensuring the flame never went out. Travelers at sea never met him, never thanked him, never even knew his name. Yet his wisdom saved countless lives. That is your role. Chosen one. Quiet décision. Hidden acts of wisdom. Unseen choices. They are saving lives you may never meet. Do not despise the hiddenness of wisdom. It often works silently, guiding you away from danger you never even knew existed. You will only realize later how many pitfalls you avoided because wisdom whispered, "Not that way." Now, chosen one, your destiny requires wisdom as much as it requires power. The crown you are stepping into must be balanced by the counsel of heaven. For crowns without wisdom become heavy, thrones without wisdom become traps. But with wisdom, your crown is steady, and your throne is secure. So seek wisdom daily, in prayer. Ask not only for strength, but for understanding, in decision. Ask not only, can I, but also, should I? In every step, lean not on your own insight, but acknowledge the one who gives wisdom freely to all who ask. Let your spirit hold this truth close. You are not only a warrior, you are a wise builder. And wisdom will ensure that what you build is not temporary, but eternal. Chosen one, wisdom has been placed in your hands. But wisdom does not live in silence. It multiplies when shared. What heaven gives you is never for you alone. It is like seed grain. If you keep it hidden in jars, it rots. But if you plant it in fields, it becomes bread that feeds nations. Your story, your lessons, your scars, your victories, they are not meant to stay within you. They are meant to be poured out like living water. Imagine a fountain in the middle of a dry village. For years, People have been walking weary, carrying buckets from faraway rivers, thirsty and tired. Then suddenly, the fountain begins to flow, clear. Cool water spills out freely, and all who pass by are refreshed. That fountain is you. You may think your words are simple, but to the thirsty, they are life itself. Chosen one, do not underestimate the ripple of your obedience. Every step you take forward sends waves outward, touching shores you may never see. Sometimes, your smallest act, an encouraging word, a testimony shared, a truth spoken, becomes the spark that keeps someone else from giving up. You may never know whose life was saved, whose destiny was revived, because you dared to let your fountain flow, and here the word becomes your anchor. We find in the book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 4, verse 9, 2 are better than one, because they have a good return for their labor. Or, this is not just wisdom, it is the eternal principle of multiplication. One can shine, but two together illuminate more. One can fight, but two together become an army. One fountain refreshes, but many rivers flood the land. If these words have watered your soul, then press like, not as a duty, but as a gentle way of saying, this fountain has refreshed me, and I honor it. Each like is a cup raised, saying thank you for the water that poured forth. When you share this message, you are carrying the water to another soul who may be wandering in a desert. You do not know whose lips are cracked with thirst, whose heart is gasping for hope. Sharing is like carrying buckets from the fountain and pouring them out in places where drought has lingered too long. And if you have sensed that this stream is nourishing you consistently, subscribe. Think of it as building your house near the fountain, instead of journeying far. Instead of risking thirst again, you choose to remain close to the source that keeps your spirit alive. Subscribing is not compulsion, it is choosing nearness to the waters that have revived you. Chosen one. The beauty of connection is that it transforms one flame into many. Imagine a bonfire in the wilderness. One stick burns, but its light is small. Add another, and the flame grows. Add many, and the fire roars, warming the cold night, guiding the lost traveler, terrifying the wild beasts. That is what happens when voices join together. Your engagement, your connection, your presence, it adds wood to the fire. So, if this message has been water in your desert, raise your cup with a like. If it has been fire in your night, carry the flame through sharing. If it has been a steady fountain, plant yourself near it by subscribing. None of these are chains, they are choices. And beautiful ones at that. Lift your spirit now and see yourself in this image, standing on a hill, lantern raised, surrounded by others with lanterns lifted high. One lantern is bright, but thousands together illuminate valleys, cities, nations. This is the vision, and it begins not with obligation, but with choice. A simple choice to connect, to carry, to join. Chosen one. Together, we are shaping a movement that darkness cannot silence, and your place in it is vital. Chosen one. Imagine the ripples of a stone dropped into a still lake. At first, only the center stirs, but then the circles widen, reaching farther and farther until the whole surface trembles. That is what happens when you act from the heart. You're like, your share, your subscription. They are not small. They are the stone. And the ripples they release extend beyond what your eyes can see. Somewhere, in another city, another country, another life, the wave you began will touch someone's heart at the exact moment they are ready to rise. And think of this too, when fire spreads. It does not ask permission. One spark touches another, and suddenly what was cold becomes warm. What was dark becomes bright. You are the spark, and every response adds to the fire that will keep burning until the night gives way to dawn. So, let your heart rest in this. Your connection is not trivial. It is eternal. You are not just part of a moment, you are part of a movement. Together, we are not just keeping a light alive, we are building a blaze that generations will see from afar. A blaze that will tell them, the chosen ones walked here, and the fire never went out. Chosen one. There comes a time when endurance shifts into expression, the seasons of silence, of waiting, of hidden battles. They have carved depth into your spirit. But now heaven calls you not only to carry the light, but to speak it. Not only to endure, but to declare. For words carry weight. They are not echoes lost in the air, they are seeds sown into eternity. Think of the beginning of creation. Darkness stretched wide, empty and void, until the voice of God thundered, "Let there be light." And there was light. The world was not shaped by hands, but by words. If the Creator framed reality with His voice, then surely the chosen ones are meant to do the same. What you declare in faith does not vanish. It takes root. It builds structures in the unseen. It shifts atmospheres. This is why silence has trained you. But declaration will crown you. Your words, when aligned with heaven, become hammers that break chains, torches that ignite faith, rivers that quench thirst. They are not casual, they are catalytic. The word reminds us with power. The Spirit spoke through the prophet Hosea. Chapter 14, verse 2. Take words with you and return to the Lord. Say to Him, forgive all our sins and receive us graciously, that we may offer the fruit of our lips. This is not suggestion, it is instruction. Words are offerings. Words are fruit. Words are the bridge between the heart and heaven. Chosen one, your destiny is not silent. It is a sound that the earth longs to hear. The enemy knows this. That is why he tried to silence you through fear, rejection, doubt, shame. Every battle you faced carried one hidden goal, to keep you from speaking. But you are still here. And now, your words will rise like arrows, striking targets you cannot even see. Imagine a warrior standing on a hill with a quiver full of arrows. Each arrow represents a declaration left unused. They remain in the quiver, potential, unrealized. But when released, they fly far beyond the warrior's reach, landing where the warrior may never step. That is your voice. When you declare truth, it travels farther than you can imagine. It pierces through darkness. It lands in hearts. It builds bridges where feet cannot walk. Chosen one. This is why you must not withhold your declaration. Heaven does not ask for long speeches, only for honest words. Sometimes the shortest declarations shake the deepest foundations. I believe. I rise. I overcome. Simple words, yet they roar in the unseen realm. And here is where you step in. as a prophetic act. I want you to write in the comments, light breaks through. Why these 3 words? Because they capture the very essence of your season. You have walked through darkness, but the dawn is inevitable. You have faced clouds, but the sun is unshaken. You have endured storms, but light always breaks through. By declaring it, you are not only speaking over your own life, you are releasing light into the atmosphere, proclaiming hope into spaces where others may still be trapped in night. Chosen one. Do not underestimate this act. Every comment becomes a torch lifted. Every word typed becomes a flame added to the fire. And when others read those 3 words, their spirit will catch fire too. They will realize, if light breaks through for them, then light can break through for me. Think of it like a chorus. One voice sings, then another joins, then another, until 1,000 voices rise. The sound is no longer individual, it becomes a symphony. When you write, light breaks through, you are adding your voice to the symphony of chosen ones, declaring that darkness does not win. And as you declare, heaven responds, angels are dispatched, burdens lift, hope rises, not because of empty ritual, but because of alignment. You are choosing to agree with what heaven already decreed. Light always triumphs. Chosen one. Let your heart rejoice in this truth. You are not merely surviving, you are declaring. You are not only carrying light, you are releasing it. Every word you sow today will return as a harvest tomorrow. So take your arrows, string your bow, and release them. Let your declaration echo not only in this moment, but in eternity. For the earth is waiting, creation is groaning, and heaven is leaning close to hear the words of the chosen. Your declaration is not small, it is seismic. And as you write those 3 words, remember, you are not whispering into emptiness, you are roaring into destiny. Chosen one. When you write, light breaks through, you are not only forming a sentence, you are establishing a covenant between your heart and heaven, between your present and your future. You are saying, no matter how long the night, I believe in the dawn. No matter how strong the storm, I trust in the calm. No matter how deep the valley, I know the mountaintop awaits me. This phrase also carries the power of memory. The next time shadows creep in, the Spirit will remind you of what you declared. You will hear your own words echo back. Light breaks through, and suddenly, what felt like suffocation will loosen. What felt impossible will feel temporary. Darkness thrives on forgetfulness, but light thrives on remembrance. By writing those words, you are planting a memory stone in your journey that cannot be erased. It also builds community. When someone else scrolls and sees dozens, even hundreds, declaring, light breaks through, they realize they are not alone. Loneliness is one of the enemy's sharpest weapons, but unity disarms it. A single voice may tremble, but a chorus strengthens. Your words might be the very confirmation another soul needs to keep breathing. Keep standing. Keep believing. Chosen one. You must understand, words are not idle. In the unseen, they are banners lifted, keys turning, rivers flowing. That is why heaven continually instructs. Speak. You are not commanded to carry everything in silence. You are invited to release with your lips what already burns in your heart. So the next time you feel overwhelmed, remember this prophetic truth. Light is relentless. It does not ask darkness for permission. It does not bargain with shadows. It arrives, and the shadows must scatter. Your declaration of "light breaks through" is aligning you with this eternal law of creation. Chosen one. Carry this phrase with you. Whisper it in the morning. Declare it at midnight. Share it in the valley. Shout it on the mountain. Let it become more than a comment. It is your anthem. And as you hold it, watch how the cracks appear in your walls. Watch how beams of light break through, until the whole room glows with glory. Chosen one. The anthem of light breaking through is not only for this moment, it is a truth that follows you into every season. There is no valley so deep that light cannot reach it. No night so long that dawn cannot end it. No prison so strong that light cannot shatter its bars. This is why your journey has always been marked by hope, even in despair, by fire, even in ashes, by vision, even when sight was blurred. You carry a light that cannot be extinguished. But understand this: light is not only comfort, it is also confrontation. When light enters a room, it does not negotiate with darkness, it displaces it. Darkness cannot coexist with light. This is why your presence unsettles spaces. Why atmospheres shift when you arrive. It is not arrogance, it is the nature of light. You do not merely walk into a room, you bring exposure, revelation, clarity. Chosen one. This is why some misunderstand you. They may think you are too intense, too different, too disruptive. But what they feel is not your personality, it is your light. And light will always expose what is hidden. For those who love truth, your light is warmth. For those who cling to shadows, your light is discomfort. Either way, the light fulfills its purpose. The Word of God confirms this reality. As Jesus himself declared in the Gospel of John, chapter 8, verse 12, "I am the light of the world. Whoever follows me will never walk in darkness, but will have the light of life." When you carry him, you carry life's light. And when that light shines through you, others cannot help but feel its power. Chosen one. You are not called to dim your flame to soothe others' comfort. You are called to shine unapologetically. The city on a hill does not cover its glow to please those who prefer darkness. The lamp on a stand does not hide itself under a bowl. To dim your light is to dishonor the one who lit it. To shine your light is to fulfill the very reason you were chosen. Yet shining does not mean striving. Light does not force itself. It simply shines. The sun does not shout at the night it rises, and the night retreats. In the same way, your task is not to argue with darkness, but to keep shining consistently. Over time, your steady glow will do what debates and struggles never could. Think of a lighthouse battered by waves, night after night. Storms rage. Fog thickens. Ships drift dangerously close to the rocks. Yet the lighthouse does not waver. It does not chase ships or explain itself. It stands firm, its beam cutting through the storm, guiding countless lives to safety. That is you, chosen one. Your role is not to chase approval, but to remain steadfast. Your light may be silent, but it saves lives. Chosen one. Remember also that light attracts. Just as moths rush toward a flame, people will be drawn to what shines in you. Some will come with hunger for truth. Others with curiosity, some even with envy. Your discernment must remain sharp, for not all who are drawn to your light come to honor it. Some come to drain, some to distract, some to extinguish. This is why wisdom, which you embraced in the last season, must remain your companion. Light without wisdom can burn recklessly. Light with wisdom can transform atmospheres. Let me tell you a story. A man once carried a lantern through a dark forest. The light guided him, but it also drew insects and predators closer. At first, he feared this, wishing for darkness again. But soon he realized, without the lantern, he would lose his way. With it, even with the distractions, he walked safely. The lesson was clear. The benefits of light outweigh the burdens. So too, with you, the attention, the criticism, the envy, they come because of your glow. But without your light, you cannot fulfill your assignment. Chosen one. Your light is also generational. The flame you carry today is not only for you, but for those who come after. Children, communities, even nations will walk in the glow of your obedience. What you build with your light will outlast your years. Just as ancient torches once lit paths for pilgrims long after their bearers were gone, your choices today will illuminate roads for those who follow. And this truth must steady you. Light cannot be destroyed. It can be ignored, resisted, even temporarily overshadowed, but it cannot be extinguished by darkness. The nature of darkness is absence. The nature of light is presence. The moment light enters, absence is undone. That is why the battles you face may grow fierce, but they can never prevail. Your presence itself is victory. Chosen one. Embrace this season. Let your light shine. Even when misunderstood, even when resisted, even when it draws unwanted attention. You were not chosen to blend, you were chosen to blaze. Picture yourself as a torchbearer in a procession. Around you, hundreds carry flames. Each torch is small, but together, the night looks like day. That is what is unfolding even now. Your light, joined with others, is building a movement that darkness cannot contain. So rise each day knowing this: you are not fragile. You are not hidden. You are not wandering. You are the light of life, a vessel of the eternal flame, a reflection of the one who declared, "I am the light of the world." Shine without apology. Blaze without hesitation. Stand without fear. For you, chosen one, were born to break the night. Chosen one. Light alone is not enough. It must be partnered with direction. What good is a lantern if it does not guide footsteps? Or a star if it does not lead travelers to their destination? Light reveals, but guidance aligns. And this is what heaven is impressing upon you now, not just to shine, but to walk with clarity, with steady purpose, with steps ordered in divine sequence. Consider the ancient Israelites in the wilderness. They were not left to wander blindly. A pillar of cloud by day and a pillar of fire by night led them. It was not only proof of God's presence, it was direction. Every time the pillar moved, they moved. Every time it paused, they rested. Their destiny was not achieved by random wandering, but by ordered steps. The word speaks directly to this, as it is written in the book of Psalms, chapter 37, verse 23. The steps of a good man are ordered by the Lord. and he delights in his way. Chosen one. This is not just for history, it is for you. Your steps are not accidental. Your path is not coincidence. Every turn, every delay, every acceleration has been divinely mapped. Yet, let's be honest, clarity does not always feel close. There are moments when the path ahead seems hidden by fog, when decisions feel heavy, when every option looks uncertain. In those moments, you may feel abandoned. But in truth, the fog itself is a form of guidance. It teaches trust. It refine patience. It sharpens discernment. Sometimes, heaven withholds full clarity, not to confuse you, but to deepen your dependence. Chosen one. Think of a shepherd guiding sheep at night. The flock does not see the destination. They only see the shepherd's staff and hear his voice. Step by step, they follow, trusting that the one leading knows the way. That is your journey too. You may not see the full map, but you hear the shepherd's voice. That is enough. This is why intimacy with God remains central. Guidance is not found in the noise of opinions, but in the stillness of presence. Prayer opens ears. Worship aligns hearts. The word illuminates steps. Without these, you risk drifting into paths that shine brightly but end in ruin. With them, even the narrowest path becomes secure. Chosen one. Direction is also seasonal. What was right yesterday may not be right today. What was fruitful in one season may become a distraction in another. This is why discernment is living, not static. It listens daily, adjusts daily, obeys daily. Do not cling to yesterday's instructions if heaven is whispering new ones today. Let me tell you a story. A sailor once learned to navigate by stars. Night after night, he studied constellations, charted courses, trusted their patterns. But one evening, clouds covered the sky, and no stars were visible. Panic threatened him, until he remembered the compass in his pocket. The stars had guided him before, but the compass was constant. With it, he found his way through the storm. Chosen one. Methods may change, signs may shift, but the spirit within you is constant. He is your compass, unwavering, steady. Sometimes guidance will be gentle, a nudge in your heart, a thought that will not leave, a peace that rests when you choose one path over another. Other times it will be dramatic, a door slamming shut, an opportunity vanishing, a circumstance forcing change. Do not despise either. Both the whisper and the storm are tools of guidance. Both protect you from straying into places not meant for you. Chosen one. You must also release comparison. Your path will not look like another's. Some are called to valleys, others to mountains. Some walk swiftly, others slowly. Some shine publicly, others privately. To compare journeys is to dishonor direction. Your map is not theirs, and theirs is not yours. Heaven designs paths uniquely, weaving them into one great tapestry only seen in full from eternity's perspective. Picture a tapestry being woven from below. The threads seem chaotic colors, crossing, knots forming, patterns unclear. But from above, the image is breathtaking. That is your journey. Right now, you may see knots and tangles, but from heaven's view, every thread contributes to a masterpiece. Trust the weaver. Chosen one. Direction also requires courage. Knowing the way is one thing, walking it is another. Many see the promised land from afar, but never enter because fear paralyzes them at the edge. Guidance is wasted without courage. Do not hesitate when heaven says go. Do not delay when the pillar moves. Step boldly, knowing that your feet are anointed to tread where others cannot. And when you feel weary, remember this truth: guidance does not guarantee ease, it guarantees presence. The Israelites still faced deserts, enemies, hunger, but through it all, the pillar never left them. You too will face challenges, but the same presence that guided them now guides you. So let your heart rest. Chosen one. You are not wandering blindly. You are walking with ordered steps. Even detours, even delays, even disappointments, they are not wasted. Each one is part of the map. One day, when you look back, you will see how every twist, every turn, every foggy night was necessary. You will realize that what felt like confusion was actually choreography, and you will lift your voice in gratitude, saying, "He ordered my steps, and every step was worth it." Oh nay, until then, keep walking, keep listening, keep trusting, for your path is not uncertain, it is unfolding. Chosen one. Direction without confirmation can feel fragile. Even when the path unfolds before you, doubt sometimes lingers in the back of your mind, whispering, "What if you're wrong? What if you misunderstood? What if you fail?" Yet, heaven, in its mercy, never leaves the chosen ones wandering in endless uncertainty. Confirmation always comes not because you are desperate for signs, but because God delights in reassuring his children. Think of Gideon. He knew his assignment, yet he asked for confirmation through the fleece. Not once, but twice. And God, in patience, answered both times. Why? Because confirmation does not insult heaven, it builds courage in earth. When you walk in a calling as heavy as yours, it is natural to ask, "Lord, show me again." And heaven does. The word affirms this principle. It is written in the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 19, verse 15. A matter must be established by the testimony of 2 or 3 witnesses. Chosen one. Understand this: confirmation is heaven's way of establishing your steps. When voices align, when signs repeat, when peace returns again and again, it is not coincidence. It is the witness of heaven saying, "Keep going. You are on the right path." Chosen one. Confirmation often comes in patterns. Perhaps a phrase repeats in unexpected places, or a scripture follows you day after day, or strangers unknowingly echo the very words whispered in your prayer closet. These are not random. They are heaven's fingerprints on your journey. They are divine echoes reminding you that your steps are secure. But notice this: confirmation rarely arrives in comfort zones. Gideon's fleece was wet in the night, not under the sun. Moses' burning bush appeared in the wilderness, not in the palace. Mary's angel came in a quiet room, not a temple. Confirmation often finds you in solitude, in wilderness, in hidden places, because it is in those moments you are listening most clearly. Let me share a story. There was once a woman who wrestled with whether to leave her stable career to pursue a calling that burned within her. Night after night she prayed, "God, If this is you, confirm it. Weeks passed with silence, until one morning a child she barely knew looked at her and said, "You're meant to help people fly." Those words pierced her heart, for they echoed the very phrase she had journaled weeks before. That was her confirmation. From that day, she never doubted again. Chosen one. Your confirmations may look small, but they are not. They are heaven's whispers designed uniquely for your heart. They may come through scripture, through creation, through people, through circumstances, but their effect is always the same. Peace settles. Doubt silences. Courage rises. And because this is such a pivotal moment, I invite you into a prophetic act. In the comments, write the number 2222. Why 2222? Because 2 is the number of witness, agreement, and confirmation. Repeated 4 times. It becomes heaven's thunder, declaring not just one witness, but complete confirmation on every side. When you write 2222, you are declaring, I believe the confirmations over my life. I align with the witnesses heaven has sent. I will walk with courage, knowing my steps are established. Oh, this number is not superstition, it is symbolism. Just as Israel placed stones of remembrance by the Jordan, your comment becomes a marker, a visible reminder of an invisible truth. Every time you see it, you will remember, I am confirmed. I am established. I am not walking in confusion, but in clarity. And, chosen one, understand how powerful this is. The enemy's sharpest weapon is doubt. For doubt paralyzes, but confirmation breaks the cycle of hesitation. It says, move forward. The path is sure. When you declare 2222, you are silencing doubt and aligning with heaven's decree. Think of a bridge. Without confirmation, it feels like stepping onto planks that might collapse. With confirmation, it feels like walking across a steel structure, unshakable beneath your feet. That is what heaven provides, not shaky guesses but solid ground. And let this truth settle. Confirmation is not just for today, it follows you. Years later, you will look back and see how each sign was a puzzle piece, how each witness was a thread, weaving together into a tapestry of certainty. What felt fragile in the moment will reveal itself as flawless design. So, pause and breathe. Think of the confirmations you have already received, the scriptures that wouldn't leave you, the words spoken that pierced your soul, the doors that opened without explanation. Were those coincidences, or were they heaven's way of saying, yes, this is your path, chosen one? Do not despise the need for reassurance. Even the strongest warriors ask for signs. Even the boldest prophet sought confirmation. You are not weak for needing it, you are wise. For confirmation not only steadies your feet, it builds your faith. And now, as you step forward, let 2222 be your marker, your covenant with heaven, your declaration of alignment, your witness that you are not walking in confusion, but in confirmation. The matter is established. Your steps are ordered, and your destiny is undeniable. Chosen one. When you write 2222, you are not just typing digits, you are sealing your agreement with heaven's confirmation. Each 2 becomes a witness, standing on every side of you. One in front to guide you. One behind to protect you. One on your left to strengthen you. And one on your right to shield you. Together they declare, you are surrounded by clarity. You are encircled by confirmation. Endo, this prophetic act also trains your spirit. The more you acknowledge confirmation, the more you become sensitive to it. Suddenly, you begin to notice the patterns you once overlooked, the whispers you once ignored, the signs you once doubted. You develop eyes that see and ears that hear. And in this sensitivity, you stop chasing after endless reassurance and begin to walk boldly in the confidence of being established. So, let your heart rest. No more second guessing. No more spirals of doubt. You are confirmed. You are witnessed. You are sealed. Heaven has spoken over you not once, not twice, but in fullness. The path is not a gamble, it is guaranteed. And every step forward is a step deeper into the certainty of your calling. Chosen one, confirmation has settled you. But confirmation is not the end, it is the beginning of movement. When heaven stamps its seal upon you, it is not saying, stay still. It is saying, step forward with confidence. And every step you take does not walk alone. Others are watching. Others are listening. Others are waiting for your obedience to unlock their courage. Think of a torchbearer leading a procession. The flame is not only for the one holding it, it lights the path for all who follow. If the bearer hides the torch, the whole line stumbles. But when the flame is lifted high, fear melts away, and feet march steadily. That is your calling now, to lift what you carry, to let your obedience shine, to guide not only yourself, but also those walking behind you. The Word gives us this reminder. It is written in the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 5, verse 16. Let your light so shine before men, that they may see your good works, and glorify your Father, which is in heaven. Your light is not about performance, it is about reflection. When you shine, the glory points upward, not inward. When you obey, heaven's beauty becomes visible on earth. And here, allow me to speak with gentle honesty. If this light has stirred your soul, press like, not because I ask, but because it is your way of lifting your torch. Each like is a torch raised higher, a signal fire burning brighter in the night. If you share this message, you are passing your flame to another. Imagine a dark cave where hundreds wait in fear. One flame enters, then another, until the cave glows with radiant light. That is what happens when you share. You become the spark that multiplies hope in places you may never see. And if you choose to stay near this flame, to let it guide you consistently, subscribe. Think of it as planting your home near a lighthouse. The seas may roar, storms may rise, but the light will always be there to guide you back to safety. Subscribing is not obligation, it is anchoring yourself near a source of direction. Choosing closeness to what strengthens you. Chosen one. Never underestimate the beauty of simple actions. To the world, pressing like, sharing, subscribing may seem small, but in the language of heaven, they are symbols. They are declarations. They say, I am part of this flame. I will not walk alone. I will not hide my light. Emson. Imagine raindrops again. One alone makes little difference, but together they form rivers. lakes, oceans. Your engagement is a raindrop joining a flood of faith. Together, these waters quench fires of despair. Water seeds of hope. Carve valleys of transformation, or think of bricks. One brick alone cannot shelter a family, but many together build a house strong enough to withstand storms. Every response you make, like share, subscribe, is a brick. And together, we are building something bigger than ourselves. A shelter of encouragement, a cathedral of light. Chosen one, let your heart feel this truth. You are not asked to perform, only to participate. Your flame is unique, your presence irreplaceable. When you engage, you are saying to heaven and earth alike, I will not hide my torch. I will lift it high. I will add my light to the fire. And know this, every act of connection is remembered. Just as the widow's coin was seen and honored, your small gestures are not overlooked. In the kingdom, the smallest spark matters. So as you walk forward, carry this imagery within you. Torches rising, raindrops gathering, bricks stacking, lighthouses shining. This is not obligation, it is invitation. You are invited to be part of a movement greater than yourself, a flame that will not be quenched. Lift your torch, share your flame, anchor your soul, and watch how the night begins to glow with the light of the chosen one. See this clearly. When flames gather, they do not compete, they combine. The torch in your hand does not lose its brightness when it lights another. Instead, the fire multiplies. That is what happens when you align yourself with others in faith. Each act of connection, each gesture of support, is fire spreading from heart to heart until the darkness has no place left to hide. And think of the rain again. A single drop may fall unnoticed, but when drops converge, they flood valleys and fill rivers. You may wonder, does my like matter? Does my share matter? Does my presence matter? And heaven answers, yes. Every drop counts. Every spark counts. Every brick counts. Without your peace, the whole is incomplete. Chosen one, eternity will reveal how these simple acts created ripples far beyond imagination. A like may lift a weary soul. A share may awaken destiny in a stranger. A subscription may anchor someone in light during their darkest storm. You may never meet them, but your flame will have touched them. So, let your heart be glad. You are not only carrying light, you are multiplying it. And the fire you ignite now will keep burning long after this moment, becoming a beacon for generations still to come. Chosen one, the fire you carry has reached a point where it can no longer be hidden. It flickers not only within you, but shines outward, declaring to the unseen that destiny is alive and unshakable. Yet fire is not meant to remain still. It is meant to spread, to transform, to consume what was once barren, and to purify what was once corrupted. Think of a forest after fire sweeps through it. To some, it looks like destruction. The trees are blackened. The ground is bare. The air smells of smoke. Yet beneath the ashes, new seeds awaken. Dormant plant, hidden for years, suddenly find the courage to sprout because the fire cleared what once suffocated them. That is your role now. Chosen one, the fire you release may unsettle, may even offend, but it clears ground for life to grow again. And this fire is not of your own making. It is heaven's flame entrusted to you. The word speaks with clarity, as recorded in the book of Jeremiah, chapter 20, verse 9. His word is in my heart like a fire shut up in my bones. I am weary of holding it in. Indeed, I cannot. That is you. You cannot silence the fire anymore. You cannot hide it under layers of fear or hesitation. The fire is demanding release. Chosen one. Do not fear the intensity of this flame. Fire has always carried dual purpose. It warms and it refines. For some, your presence will feel like warmth in the cold night. For others, it will feel like refining heat, exposing what is hidden. Both are necessary. Both are holy. Fire that only comforts but never confronts loses its purity. Fire that only burns but never warms loses its mercy. You are called to carry both. Let me share an image with you. Imagine a blacksmith's forge. Metal enters dull, unshaped, resistant, but placed in fire, it glows red, become pliable, takes form. Hammer strikes, shape it into a weapon, a tool, a vessel of purpose. Without fire, the metal remains wasted potential. With fire, it becomes destiny fulfilled. Chosen one. The fire in you is shaping not only yourself, but also those around you. Yet understand this, carrying fire will sometimes feel lonely. Not everyone is ready for flames. Some will step back, afraid of being burned. Others will criticize, calling your fire too much. But you must remember the fire was never meant to please people. It was meant to honor God. Better to burn brightly in obedience than to dim yourself for approval. And here is where your declaration becomes vital. I invite you to write in the comments, "Torch is mine." Other. Why these three words? Because they are both identity and mission. When you declare, "Torch is mine," you are claiming the mantle of a torchbearer. You are saying to yourself, "I will not hand over my flame to fear." You are declaring to heaven, "I will carry the fire I've been given with boldness." And you are proclaiming to darkness, "I hold the torch, and shadows cannot take it from me." Chosen one. Typing them may feel simple, but in the unseen, it is thunder. Your fingers may write letters, but your spirit is gripping the torch firmly. Others who read your words will feel their own fire awaken. Your declaration becomes contagious, igniting hearts you may never meet. And think of this. When many voices declare the same phrase, it is like a field of torches lifted high. Alone, a single fire lights a corner. Together, they blaze across the horizon. When you write, "Torch is mine," you are joining a procession of flame bearers stretching across nations. This fire is not reckless, it is refined. It does not destroy destiny, it births it. It does not consume identity, it reveals it. Every step you take with this fire shakes the atmosphere. Every word you speak with, this fire burns, chains. Every prayer you lift with this fire scorches lies. Chosen one. Reflect on this deeply. Carrying fire is costly. Fire consumes fuel. And you are the vessel. It may burn away comfort, patterns, or relationships that once felt safe. Yet what remains after the burning is pure, unshakable, eternal. You are not losing, you are refining. And here is the beauty. The fire you carry is not meant to die with you. Like the Olympic flame, passed from runner to runner, your fire will be handed to others. Generations will be warmed and guided by the blaze you chose to keep alive. So, lift your spirit. Declare boldly. Let your words echo not only on the screen, but in your soul. Torch is mine. And as you declare it, watch how heaven fans the flame, how courage fills your lungs, how your very presence becomes a burning torch in the hands of the Almighty. Chosen one, this is your hour to blaze, not to flicker timidly, not to hide under shadows, but to burn with holy fire until the night bows to dawn. Chosen one, when you declare, "Torch is mine," you are not simply repeating words, you are stepping into identity. A torch is more than a light. It is a symbol of responsibility. It says, "I am a carrier of hope, a guide in the night, a guardian of the flame entrusted to me." To claim the torch is to accept that you are not called to walk in shadows, but to lead with light. Picture a relay race. The runner who carries the torch knows that the flame must be guarded at all costs. Even wind, even rain, even fatigue cannot extinguish it. Because the torch is bigger than the runner, it is about the team, the mission, the legacy. That is you. Chosen one. Your flame is not just for you. It is for those who run after you, those who need the fire you protect. And this phrase is also defiance against darkness. When you say, "Torch is mine," you are declaring that no thief of joy, no spirit of fear, no voice of doubt can snatch what heaven has entrusted to you. It is your inheritance, your mantle, your holy assignment. Others may try to diminish it, but the flame is sealed within you, and you hold it firmly. Chosen one, the moment you grip the torch in faith, you step into a lineage. Think of Abraham, Moses, Deborah, David, Esther, Paul. They were all torchbearers of their generation. And now, the flame has reached your hand. By declaring these words, you are joining that eternal procession, saying, "I will not drop it. I will not hide it. I will carry it until it ignites the next generation." So hold it high. The torch is yours. The flame is alive, and your night is already trembling. Because the torchbearer has risen. Chosen one. The torch in your hand burns, and its fire does more than illuminate it, reveals the path of authority. Carrying fire is not only about light for yourself or warmth for others, it is about stepping fully into the authority heaven has marked upon you. Authority is not pride, nor is it domination. It is alignment with divine order. It is heaven's way of saying, "This one carries my name, my seal, my power." None. Authority is what gives weight to your presence. It is the reason atmospheres shift when you enter a room. Why resistance rises against you. Why some are drawn to you and others recoil. Authority unsettles what is false and strengthens what is true. It does not need to shout. For even silence is heavy when clothed with heaven's backing. The word affirms this in a way that is unmistakable. It is written in the Gospel of Luke, chapter 10, verse 19. "Behold, I give unto you power to tread on serpents and scorpions, and over all the power of the enemy, and nothing shall by any means hurt you." Chosen one. This is not poetic comfort. It is legal decree. You have been granted authority not only to survive, but to overcome. Not only to endure, but to reign. Authority, however, is often misunderstood. Many equate it with control, with bending others to their will, but true authority is service. It is the shepherd guiding sheep, not for his own pride, but for their protection. It is the leader carrying responsibility, not for recognition, but for the safety of those entrusted to him. In the kingdom, the greatest authority flows from the deepest humility. Chosen one. Authority is forged in the furnace of obedience. Each yes you whispered when it was difficult. Each prayer you lifted when silence surrounded you. Each act of faithfulness in hidden places, these became building blocks of authority. Authority is not handed cheaply, it is entrusted to those who have proven faithful in the shadows. Think of David. He did not gain authority the day he faced Goliath, he gained it in the fields, slaying lions and bears when no one watched. Authority is not born in public, it is revealed there. You too have faced hidden battles, victories unseen, struggles no one applauded. Those moments, quiet as they seemed, built the authority you now carry. Authority also brings accountability. To hold the torch is to acknowledge responsibility for the flame. You cannot wield authority recklessly, for it is not your own. It is borrowed, entrusted, flowing through you, but belonging to the one who sent you. Every word, every action, every decision must be filtered through this truth. This is not mine, but his. Chosen one. Authority also makes you a target. Darkness is not threatened by gifts alone. It is threatened by authority. Gifts impress people, but authority terrifies the enemy. That is why attacks against you intensified the moment you stepped into alignment. It was never about your weaknesses, it was always about your authority. The enemy fears what you carry because he knows once you recognize it fully, nothing can stop you. But authority also protects. Imagine a soldier carrying not only a sword, but also a seal from the king. The sword is strength, but the seal is identity. Without the seal, the soldier fights as one of many. With the seal, he fights as the king's representative. You, chosen one, fight with the king's seal. You are not simply a warrior, you are an ambassador of heaven. Let me tell you a story. A traveler once tried to cross a dangerous border, alone. He was vulnerable, at risk of attack, but when he carried a letter stamped with the royal seal, even enemies treated him differently. They recognized the authority backing him. Likewise, you may feel small at times, but the seal upon you shifts the atmosphere. Doors open, resistance bends, because heaven itself has authorized your steps. Chosen one. Authority does not mean the absence of struggle. Even Jesus, who carried ultimate authority, faced rejection, betrayal, and opposition. Authority does not shield you from conflict. It equips you to overcome it. The difference is this: without authority, battles drain you. With authority, battles crown you. Picture a key. Alone, it is small, almost insignificant, but in the right hands, it opens doors, gates, treasures. Authority is that key. Without it, doors remain locked, no matter how much strength you apply. With it, doors open easily, because the lock recognizes the key's legitimacy. You, chosen one, are walking now with keys to your calling, to your territory, to your generational assignment. And here is the beauty. Authority is not only for you. It flows outward. Your words begin to carry more weight. Your prayers begin to shift more than just your personal atmosphere. Your presence becomes a covering for those around you. Authority is contagious in the best sense when you walk in it. Others are inspired to rise in theirs. Chosen one. Do not shrink back from this mantle. The world has enough voices that echo fear, enough leaders who crave control, enough systems that oppress. What it lacks are chosen ones who walk humbly, yet boldly, carrying authority not as a weapon of pride, but as a vessel of hope. That is you. Lift your torch with assurance. Stand with authority clothed in humility. Walk with steps, ordered and sealed. And let this truth echo in your heart. You are not walking in borrowed identity. You are walking in divine authority. The night trembles at your steps. The earth watches in expectation, and heaven rejoices. For the torchbearer has not only risen, but recognized their authority. Chosen one. Authority prepares the way for inheritance. You are not walking through fire and battles only to stand empty-handed at the end. Every trial you endured, every scar you carry, every test you passed was not random. It was building toward the release of inheritance. This inheritance is not merely material, though provision comes with it. It is spiritual, eternal, a legacy that transcends time and space. Inheritance in the kingdom is not about receiving what you did not earn. It is about stepping into what was always yours by design. Before you were formed, heaven marked you for a portion. That portion has waited, protected, preserved through generations, until you rose to claim it. Others may have mishandled theirs. Some may have ignored theirs. But you are the one chosen to step fully into yours. The word affirms this truth clearly. It is written in the book of Joshua, chapter 1, verse 3. Every place that the sole of your foot shall tread upon, that have I given unto you, as I said unto Moses. This is not metaphor, it is covenant. Wherever you go in obedience, inheritance follows. Territory is released. Favor, expanse, and promises manifest. Chosen one. Inheritance is not simply handed, it is occupied. Israel's promised land was theirs long before they crossed the Jordan, but they still had to walk into it, fight for it, build upon it. The promise was established, but the process required courage. So too, with you, what is yours is secured, but stepping into it demands faith, perseverance, and boldness. Think of inheritance like a field. It has been signed in your name, legally yours. Yet, if you never plow it, never plant in it, never claim it, the field remains wild, untamed, unused. Inheritance is both gift and responsibility. It blesses, but it also demands stewardship. Chosen one. Understand this. Inheritance is bigger than you. It flows generationally. What you claim today becomes the foundation others build upon tomorrow. Abraham's obedience secured blessing for Isaac. Isaac's faith passed it to Jacob. Jacob's perseverance birthed a nation. Your choices now are shaping inheritance for those you may never meet. Let me share a story. A farmer once discovered that his land was rich with mineral deposits. For years, he lived modestly, unaware of the wealth beneath his feet. One day, he dug deeper and uncovered the treasure that had always been his. His life changed, and his children's children reaped the benefits. Chosen one, there are treasures beneath your feet, waiting for you to dig. Your inheritance is already secured. It is your courage to uncover it that matters now. Inheritance also carries identity. When the prodigal son returned, broken and repentant, his father did not withhold inheritance. He placed a robe on him, a ring on his hand, sandals on his feet. Each symbol restored his identity as son, not servant. So too, with you, no matter the detours, the mistakes, the wandering, your inheritance was never erased. It waited for your return. But remember this, inheritance is not about entitlement. It is not a crown to boast in, but a stewardship to guard. The greater the inheritance, the greater the accountability. A king's inheritance is not simply land and wealth. It is responsibility for a nation. You too are entrusted with weight, not for self-glory, but for service. Chosen one. Do not be surprised when battles intensify as you near inheritance. Giants always guard promised lands. Israel faced giants in Canaan not because they were forsaken, but because they were close. The presence of giants is proof of inheritance nearby. Do not see opposition as a sign to turn back. It is confirmation that you are at the threshold. And here is the mystery. Inheritance is often disguised as responsibility. It may not look like glittering reward. It may look like a door that demands work, a mantle that feels heavy, a calling that stretches you. Yet when you step into it, you realize it is everything your soul longed for. Picture an orchard, heavy with fruit. The branches bend low, overflowing with abundance. Yet the fruit must be gathered, preserved, shared. Inheritance without stewardship rots. Inheritance with diligence multiplies. This is why heaven has trained you, tested you, refined you, so that when the orchard is handed to you, you will not waste it. Chosen one. Your inheritance includes peace where there was chaos, joy where there was sorrow, favor where there was rejection. It includes authority to break generational chains, to rewrite family stories, to plant seeds of legacy. It includes influence that reaches farther than you imagined, not for your fame, but for heaven's glory. Do not despise the weight of it. A crown may feel heavy, but it was shaped for your head. A mantle may feel oversized, but it was tailored for your shoulders. Your inheritance fits you, even if at first it feels overwhelming. With time, you will realize you were built for it. And never forget, inheritance is protected. What is yours cannot be stolen, only delayed. The enemy may fight, but he cannot cancel covenant. What heaven decrees remains untouchable. The land is marked. The portion is sealed. The promise is eternal. Your role is simply to keep walking, to keep believing, to keep claiming with each step. So, chosen one, lift your head. You are not wandering without reward. You are an heir stepping into possession. You are a torchbearer stepping into territory. You are a warrior stepping into inheritance that has always been yours. The land is waiting. The field is ready. The orchard is ripe. Step forward. For your inheritance is not just coming, it is here. Chosen one. Inheritance unfolds into legacy. The gift you carry, the torch you hold, the land you claim. It is not just about your lifetime, but about what remains when your footsteps fade. Legacy is the echo of obedience, the fragrance of faith, the imprint of light that endures long after the flame-bearer has passed. While inheritance is given to you, legacy is what flows through you into others. Legacy is not measured in monuments or material wealth, but in lives transformed, chains broken, seeds planted. It is the ripple effect of your yes to heaven. Think of a stone dropped into a pond. The ripples stretch outward, touching shores far beyond the stone's reach. So too, your obedience creates ripples that touch souls you may never meet, generations you may never see. The Word speaks to this truth with solemn beauty. It is written in the book of Proverbs, chapter 13, verse 22. A good person leaves an inheritance for their children's children, but a sinner's wealth is stored up for the righteous. Legacy is not only for immediate descendants, but for those 2, 3, even 4 generations removed. Heaven thinks generationally, and so must you, chosen one. You may think your life is small, your choices insignificant, but heaven disagrees. Every prayer you pray, every act of faithfulness, every battle you endure, it all deposits into the account of legacy. What you overcome today ensures that those who follow will not face the same chains. What you plant in hiddenness will one day feed those who hunger long after you are gone. Consider Abraham. He never saw the fullness of the nations promised to him. He never walked the vast expanse of land shown to him. Yet his faith birthed legacy, and through him generations flourished. He lived with legacy in mind, trusting promises beyond his years. You too are called to such vision, to see beyond the span of your days, to live as one whose impact echoes. Legacy is forged in choices, daily. Ordinary decisions build extraordinary outcomes, choosing integrity over compromise, forgiveness over bitterness, faith over fear. These are the bricks of legacy. They may seem small in the moment, but stacked together, they form a monument unseen by you, but celebrated by those to come. Legacy also requires endurance. Seeds planted today may not sprout until decades later. Like an oak tree, legacy grows slowly, deeply, firmly. At first, it looks fragile, vulnerable, but with time, it becomes immovable, its branches stretching wide enough to shelter many. Your obedience may feel unnoticed now, but legacy is never immediate, it is eternal. Let me tell you a story. A woman prayed faithfully for her family every day. Though for years she saw little change, her children strayed, her household struggled, her prayers seemed unanswered. Yet she persisted, leaving a trail of petitions in heaven. Decades later, long after she was gone, her grandchildren rose in faith. Her lineage turned toward God, and revival touched her bloodline. She did not see it in her lifetime, but her legacy carried the power of her prayers. Chosen one, your prayers too will outlive you. Legacy is also costly. To build what lasts, you must sometimes sacrifice what is immediate. You may let go of comfort, recognition, or applause to invest in what cannot be shaken. Like a builder who chooses strong but hidden foundations, your sacrifices may not be celebrated now, but they secure structures that will never crumble. And understand this: legacy is not perfection. It is not a spotless record, but a consistent direction. David left a legacy not because he was flawless, but because his heart was set toward God, even in failure. He returned. Even in weakness, he worshipped. Legacy is built not by never falling, but by always rising. Chosen one. Your legacy will not only be in what you say, but in who you are. Words may fade, but character remains. People may forget speeches, but they never forget presence. Your legacy will be written not in ink, but in impact. Imagine a candle lighting another, then another, until a room once dark becomes filled with flame. The first candle may burn out, but its light lives on in the many it ignited. That is legacy. Your torch will one day pass, but the flames it spreads will endure. Legacy also stretches beyond family. It touches friends, communities, even strangers. A kind word spoken in passing may alter someone's path. A seed sown in generosity may grow into a harvest you never see. Legacy is not bound by bloodlines. It flows wherever your obedience travels. Chosen one. Remember also that legacy is guarded by humility. Pride seeks monuments of self. Humility builds foundations for others. If you live for applause, your impact ends with you. But if you live for obedience, your impact flows endlessly. Legacy is not about your name being remembered. It is about His name being revealed through your life. And legacy requires faith. You must believe that what you do matters even when unseen. You must trust that heaven counts what earth overlooks. You must hold to the conviction that your small acts echo loudly in eternity. Picture this: a builder lays a single stone in a great cathedral, alone. The stone seems small, unremarkable, but joined with thousands, it becomes part of a masterpiece, admired for centuries. Your life is one stone in heaven's cathedral. Legacy is not about being the whole structure, but about faithfully adding your stone. Chosen one. You are not simply living, you are leaving. Every step, every choice, every flame carried is writing a chapter in a story that will be read long after you. Do not live as though this moment is all that matters. Live as one whose ripple touches generations. Lift your spirit in this truth. Your legacy is already unfolding. It is etched in your scars, in your prayers, in your victories, in your perseverance. It is not waiting for you to become perfect. It is being written through your faithfulness today. And when your days are done, your light will not vanish. It will blaze in those you ignited, in the paths you cleared, in the chains you broke. Your legacy will be a torch that never dies. Chosen one. Legacy finds its completion in destiny, fulfilled. From the first spark placed within you to the final torch you pass on. The journey has always been about one thing: alignment with heaven's plan. Destiny is not a vague dream or an unreachable ideal. It is the full unfolding of who you were created to be. The song, Heaven Wrote Before Your First Breath, now sung in harmony with your steps. Destiny is where obedience and promise meet. It is the intersection of the battles you endured, the confirmations you received, the inheritance you claimed, and the legacy you built. It is the point at which all threads of your story, pain, joy, loss, victory are woven together into a tapestry that reflects the glory of God. The word reminds us with power and certainty. It is written in the book of Romans, chapter 8, verse 30. And those he predestined, he also called. Those he called, he also justified. Those he justified, he also glorified. Chosen one. This verse is not simply about identity, it is about completion. What heaven began in you will not be abandoned halfway. What was predestined will be fulfilled. What was called will be equipped. What was justified will be crowned. Destiny often feels less like a destination and more like a becoming. It is not the day you arrive, but the lifelong unfolding of divine purpose. Each season reveals another layer, another dimension, another note in the song. Sometimes you see only fragments, but heaven sees the symphony, and every fragment matters, because without it, the whole is incomplete. Chosen one. Destiny requires endurance. Many start the journey with fire, but fade in the weight of time. Others stumble when storms rise. But you marked, refined, chosen have been given grace to endure. Your scars are not proof of defeat. They are proof that storms did not stop you. Each trial was a test, and each test has written resilience into your spirit. Think of Joseph. His destiny was to rule, but the path took him through betrayal, slavery, prison. Each step seemed like detour, yet each was preparation. When the moment of fulfillment came, he carried not only authority but wisdom, compassion, and faith tested by fire. So too, with you, what felt like delay was design. What looked like setback was set up. Destiny is also marked by clarity. When you walk in it, confusion lifts. Paths may still be steep, but they are certain. Opposition may still rise, but you no longer question your place. You walk with assurance. This is why I was born. This is why I carry the torch. This is why the fire burns in my bones. Chosen one. Destiny is never about self alone. It always flows outward. The fulfillment of your purpose is not simply personal triumph, but communal impact. You were chosen not only to shine, but to ignite. Not only to stand, but to lift others. Destiny is not selfish. It is sacrificial. It gives of itself so that many may live. Let me share an image. Imagine a great tree in a barren land. Its root run deep. Its branches stretch wide. Its fruit nourishes the hungry. Its shade shelters the weary. Its wood builds homes for generations. That tree does not live for itself. It lives for those around it. That is destiny fulfilled, becoming a living source of life for others. Destiny also carries glory. Not the fleeting applause of men, but the radiant reflection of God. When your life aligns with heaven, people do not simply admire you, they encounter Him through you. Your words become windows to eternity. Your presence becomes atmosphere. Your story becomes testimony. Glory is not about you shining, it is about Him shining through you. And yet, chosen one, destiny is not without opposition. The closer you come to fulfillment, the fiercer the resistance. Giants guard promised lands. Storms precede breakthrough. Trials precede triumph. But this is not to discourage you. It is to remind you that the weight of opposition reveals the worth of destiny. If the road feels heavy, it is because the crown is glorious. Destiny also requires surrender. You cannot force it, cannot manipulate it. cannot shortcut it. It comes not by striving, but by yielding. When you release control, when you whisper, "Not my will, but yours be done," destiny flows unhindered. The potter shapes, the shepherd guides, the author completes the story. Chosen one. Perhaps you fear missing it. Perhaps you wonder, what if I made too many mistakes? What if I wandered too far? Hear this clearly. Destiny is stronger than detours. Jonah fled, yet still fulfilled. Peter denied, yet still led. Paul persecuted, yet still preached. Your missteps do not erase your calling. Grace reroutes. Mercy restores. Purpose prevails. Picture a river. It twists. It bends. It flows around rocks and obstacles, but it always finds its way to the sea. That is destiny. No matter the detours, the flow continues until it reaches fulfillment. You are in that flow, carried by hands greater than yours. And when destiny reaches fullness, peace follows. Not the fragile peace of circumstance, but the deep assurance that you are exactly where you were created to be. It is the stillness of soul that whispers, "It was worth it." Every tear, every scar, every battle, it was all worth it. No, chosen one. Destiny fulfilled is not only the end of your journey, it is the beginning of another. For when your torch passes on, when your legacy breathes through others, when your story fuels generations, destiny continues. You are part of a chain, one link among many, one flame in an eternal procession. Lift your spirit now. Stand tall in this truth. You are not lost, not random, not unfinished. You are a chosen one, walking a chosen path, fulfilling a chosen destiny. The potter has not abandoned his clay. The shepherd has not forsaken his sheep. The author has not stopped writing your story. The day will come when all threads weave together, when all scars gleam as jewels, when all battles reveal crowns, and you will see clearly what you only glimpsed in part, that your life was never ordinary, never wasted, never overlooked. It was chosen, destiny fulfilled, legacy secured, inheritance claimed, authority embraced, fire carried, torch lifted. This is the testimony of your life. Chosen one. You have walked through every stage of this journey, from the whisper of calling to the fire of trials, from confirmation to inheritance, from authority to legacy, and finally into destiny fulfilled. You have seen that your life is not random, not wasted, not small. Every battle, every scar, every prayer has been part of a divine design. You are not merely surviving history, you are shaping it. This script was never just words. It was a mirror held to your soul, a reminder of what you already carry, a call to rise into who you already are. The truth is this: you are heaven's answer to the darkness of this generation. You are not hidden anymore. You are a torchbearer, a flame carrier, a legacy builder, chosen one. Let me invite you into something sacred. If these words have awakened something deep in you, press like, not as routine, but as a symbolic act, your way of saying, yes, I receive this fire, and I honor the flame. Every like is a torch lifted. Every like says, I see myself in this story, and I embrace it. End of teen. And more than yourself, Share this message. When you share, you are not spreading mere words. You are carrying living fire into deserts where others still wander. You may never know whose night will be lit by your decision, whose despair will be interrupted by your courage to spread light. To share is to become a messenger, a flame bearer for souls you may never meet. And if your spirit has found a home here, if you have felt this river nourishing you again and again, subscribe. See it not as obligation, but as planting your tent beside a fountain. Instead of wandering back in thirst, you choose to dwell near the waters that refresh you. Subscribing is your way of saying, I want to remain close to the fire, close to the voice, close to the flow of what God is doing here. And one more thing. Chosen one, leave a comment below. Write what resonates most with you, even if it is just a single word. Think of it as carving your name into the stone of this moment, leaving a marker that says, I was here. I received my flame. I take my place among the chosen. Your words will not vanish. They will stand as testimony, echoing long after the scroll has ended. Chosen one. Your simple acts liking, sharing, subscribing, commenting may feel small, but in heaven's language, they are declarations. They say, I am part of this flame. I am aligning myself with this movement. I will not walk alone. And together, each response becomes like sparks, uniting into a roaring blaze. So pose. Now, reflect. You are not at the end. You are at the beginning of a greater unfolding. Legacy continues. The torch you carry will ignite others. The fire you protect will spread beyond borders. The song you live will echo in generations. Now rise, carry the flame, and let the world know the chosen ones have awakened.